They couldn't hear you, but they can hear you now.
Oh,
Yeah,
nice.
we're not good, but I do think that we're actually live. If
Oi,
that
oi.
makes a difference. Hello, everyone. And hello, Go. Most importantly,
Yo.
let's talk about the most
Yo.
important person in the room. How are you?
Oh, I'm excellent. I had today off. It was a holiday in NA, so I got to chill at the house, relax from BlizzCon. Busy ass weekend last week. So yeah, it's been nice to get refreshed and revitalized. So I'm hyped and ready to go for a short 1 hour podcast though.
Yeah, I mean, there's not been a lot of news over the last 24 hours about Season of Discovery, so I'd imagine it will be, 45 minutes will be out of here.
Yeah, only a couple classes left to go over, which only took like 3 to 5 minutes last time. So yeah, we should smash it out.
We'll cover the little bit of news that there is first, though, yeah?
Sure, let's get it.
Yeah, we'll do the little bit of news that there is first. Everybody, welcome. Go's going to do all the housekeeping while I sit here and drink and vape, because that's normally how it works. But yeah, we've, in all seriousness, dropping the sarcasm, we've got a lot to talk about. Obviously, the whole point of this podcast was meant to be covering the classes and looking at the runes that we didn't look at in the last two parts. I'm not going to call them episodes. That's why I've said this is episode 2, kind of. It's not exactly...
Yeah.
It is episode 2, but it's also still kind of episode 1, part 3.
Yeah. It's patch 1.3.0.
Yeah, exactly. But we've got a lot to go over. I mean, even if I was to just briefly just bring it up somewhere, I don't know where. Let me see if I can actually find it. We've got, I don't know, something like 10 different posts to look through. So we're going to have to obviously summarize some of this. We've got the new Warsong Gulch specific items. We've got all the warrior gladiator stance, kings for hunters, and all of that. Ashen Val PvP, druid idols, Season of Discovery world buffs, new professions and items that are coming from that, which got a couple of interesting points to talk about that. And then we've actually got the Q&A as well, which we'll not worry about Cataclysm and all that. We'll literally just focus on the Season of Discovery bits. One thing I do want to say just before we get started is Rob, thank you for becoming a supporter, and Jake as well. Thank you for pressing that join button. There is going to be extra content. So there's already a members-only Season of Discovery video, and there's going to be more to come. So obviously keep an eye out for those, and thank you for pressing join. Obviously it keeps me here doing what little I do.
You did put out a members-only video, yesterday, or the day before, right?
Yeah, a couple of days ago. Just looking at how I'm planning what I'm going to do, looking at talents, looking at runes. I mean, it weren't specifically for Paladin, but Paladin was being used as an example. And then looking at how I'm planning, where I'm going to get gear from, what professions I need to do. And that was actually what spurred me on to do the fishing. About the fishing video, with how powerful fishing is going to be in Season of Discovery, which is quite interesting to think about. I mean, it's going to be some boring streams, but get hammered while fishing on stream with the boys. Oi, oi. What more could you want?
We need first aid to have some something behind it. Let me do my fishing and other secondary professions and get something useful from it.
Yeah. I mean, they should add archaeology, shouldn't they? Oh, Redbeard straight in with a super chat. What an absolute legend. Go, take it away.
I mean, it makes sense for me to read it out. I've got the red beard.
Exactly. That was why I instantly gravitated
Nice,
towards you.
Nice. I know you guys just started, but what are the odds we get new items/runes that allow us to not have to use manual crowd pummeler? And I don't know what WHH is as feral in
Wolf's Head Helm.
Oh, Wolf's Head Helm as feral in Season of Discovery.
I feel like I'm probably in a very good position to answer that question.
Yeah.
You're right. We've just started. We'll talk about it later.
Nice.
No, honestly, Redbeard, are you going to be hanging around for a bit? If you're in a rush and you're going to be going, I'll give you my thoughts now. But when we get to looking at the news, literally in 5-10 minutes, there's some feral stuff that I want to talk about anyway, and that will be covered. And I'm going to be talking about feral a lot, actually, because there's a lot of things that I think could potentially be pretty exciting, and things that they could do, especially around Wolf's Head Helm and Manual Crowd Pummeler. And Manual Crowd Pummeler being a big one with the fact that there's, I'm not going to say leaks, but they sort of, teased it, didn't they, at the end of the classic panel at BlizzCon with the alarm bot. So it's like, oh, is Gnome Ragon going to be a level up raid? In which case, MCP drops in Gnome Ragon, so, they could do something funky with it. But I've got some thoughts, and we will get to it. But at any point, if you say, I'm out now, like I need to go cover it now, we'll cover it straight away. But thank you for the super chat. And everybody who's just joined on Kick as well. Hello, guys. All right, guys. Are you having a beer tonight, Go, or are you sober? Are you on the water? What are you? It's Friday. It is Friday. You're allowed to have a drink on a Friday.
I've got some Trulies, some seltzers in the fridge, but I had a bit extra on Wednesday, I think it was, and I felt like shit all day yesterday, so, I could have a couple tonight, but I don't know if I'm going to be pounding them the whole show.
I think you should pound them the whole show. If everybody thinks right, Go should be pounding them the whole show, can you, I don't know, like, subscribe, follow on somewhere? I don't know, do something. I was going to say super chat or become a member. That's ideal, isn't it? But let's get him hammered by the end of the podcast, because it'll just be funny.
For Redbeard.
Yeah, have a drink for Redbeard. That's what we like to see. And vegan, I started doing exactly the same, my man. I started leveling a character on Classic Era yesterday while I was waiting for the NA raid to start, which, by the way, we're not going to talk about, but was actually a good raid. I enjoyed that one. First one for quite a few weeks that I have enjoyed on NA, got to be honest, but it was nice to get new bosses down. But I was doing exactly the same. I started leveling a Paladin on Firemore. I only got to like 4 or 5. It was like I had half hour before the raid, and I just started doing some questing. But yeah, I'm hyped. I'm gonna get that Paladin to 25 before Season of Mastery, and I am gonna max fishing on it, and I'm gonna work out my path to Tanaris, work out where in Strangleform Vow I want to fish, and it's gonna be fun. Go, like anything else? Do you want to do the housekeeping and maybe introduce a guest so it's not just me and you?
We got most of the housekeeping covered, I think, but I can introduce the guest.
Let's do it.
But the last couple of these streams, chat's been popping off, and an easy way for us to be able to see something, an important question that you might have, is to throw out a super chat, even if it's 99 cents, whatever, $1. It pops up on our screen. It's
Make it
highlighted.
rain. Make it rain.
We can see those and we can respond to them during the show. So anytime you want to super chat, get us a question, go for it. And let's bring on the guest, the homie, the legend. He was on season 2, episode 1.1, missed episode 1.2, but now back for 1.3. We've got Cubicle coming back. What's up, man?
It's very complicated, isn't it?
It is very complicated. So, firstly, obviously, Jay was on the first episode. He was meant to do the second episode to cover the rest of the classes. We didn't get through all the classes, so he's joining us again today to finish off the classes. But we've probably got a good 20 minutes worth of news to cover first, which will take a little bit longer than 20 minutes. But hi, Jay.
Hi.
How's it going, man?
Just a slight bit of news, isn't there?
I'm just looking at the amount of tabs I've got open, ready to share with everyone, and yeah, there's a little bit of news.
That's what I'm trying to do at the moment, is actually go back and find it all.
It will be on screen, and yeah, I know you've seen it all anyway, so you'll be fine. What have you been doing, Jay?
Raiding with you mainly.
Yeah, I know, but like, pretend they don't know that,
Oh, raiding with Scott.
Oh. Whatever.
Raided, pretty much. We did 11 out of 12 last night, which you talked about a little bit. We've just finished normal clear, so all the chores are out of the way, and I get to have fun for the rest of the week. Waiting for Season of Discovery, basically. The chores are not completely out of the way, because I actually do still need a 10-man heroic on my Paladin on NA this reset at some point. I don't know where we squeeze it in, but I know I need one more token. So I need to try and squeeze one in. Have you done yours, Go, this week? Have you done a 10-man?
I've signed up for the Saturday run tomorrow, the afternoon run, and I've got another tune that I could do a 10-man onto.
Yeah, we'll sort one out. But let's stick to Season of Discovery. I just, on a tangent, I was thinking about the fact that I've still only got 3 pieces of 264. No 277 yet, though.
Nope.
Yeah, same.
It's all right. I still top pass.
264.
I still top pass in every raid. It's fine. Weird flex. It weren't weird. It was intentional.
So, Majay, what's your class that you're thinking of for Season of Discovery? What are you leaning towards for the main?
Scott's going to ruin my whole plans, mainly because he wants to go Alliance first. So, assuming that we go Alliance first, I think it's going to be a Warrior. And then when we go Horde, it'll definitely be a Shaman. Which I'm looking forward to. I mean, they look like they've actually fixed the dual wield stuff, which is great. And if so, it'll make Shaman much more entertaining to play.
What do you think about the fact that Blizzard came out today and said they got no intention to make Shaman 2-hand viable?
Wait, they never wanted to make 2-hand Shaman viable. Like, it was never supposed to be this thing. It was used in PvP because it was just crazy bursty. So the fact that it's I don't think it's not a thing. I think it's just not going to be as buffed as other things.
Yeah, I mean, they did. I mean, I'll probably exaggerate a little bit. They didn't say they're not willing to make it viable, but they did say they would need to. They'd have to add another rune to be able to make 2-handed viable. Which, on the basis they said that so quick, and I know how these interviews work. By the way, you know, the majority of the time they've got a little bit of prep time. You know, but they might have thought about it. They might have actually already thought, oh well, you know, we could add this rune, and then people could choose between dual wield and 2-hand. The annoying thing is it doesn't really work by focusing fully on enhancement being dual wield, yet you get like 2-handed specialization in talents.
So for me, I'll be weapon swapping. Like, if it's working anything close to how I imagine it works, and again, we talked briefly about this before the podcast, but obviously I've got a lot of experience when it comes to Ascension and things like that, which this seems to be heavily based off. I will be weapon swapping for, certainly at level 25, I will have a dual wield set, a 1-hand shield set, and a 2-hand weapon set.
Yeah. I mean,
and I'll be swapping between them for fights.
Looking at I can bring it up on screen. Looking at the talents, obviously they have got they've got a talent point that you just would not take. Oh, unless you was like weapon swapping and you wanted to try and use, I don't know, you got Hand of Ragnaros or something like that, and you wanted to try and get beefy big old 2-handed Wind Fury procs.
It depends when we get Wind Fury, right? So there's data mine that potentially suggests that we might get Wind Fury a little bit earlier than we would normally get it. Otherwise, it's not attainable in the first phase at all, and we just wouldn't use 2-handers at all.
It's got to be early. It's got to be early because Feral's going to have it. You know. So well, then again, but on that basis, I suppose if Feral's got it, then technically Shaman don't need it. As in totem at least.
Yeah. So I would still no, because Wind Fury weapon is better than the totem. So if we haven't got Wind Fury weapon, I probably wouldn't use 2-hand. But if we get it early, I will almost always start a fight with a 2-hand weapon, Wind Fury.
Okay. Well, we'll get more into that anyway. When we're talking specifically about the classes and going through everything. But so you're going Shaman. Go, are you still, we've had a lot of news come out, we've looked at a lot of stuff, which we're going to go through with all of these beautiful people. Is there anything that's changed your mind? Are you still, no, I'm going Balanced Druid, or?
I'm doubling down even more now, because there's been the things that have come out, like new hit gear. There's been idols talking about, which it was level 53, I think, was the first time we could get an idol, but hopefully the idols that were data mined were for level 25, and yeah, that'd be sweet. So yeah, I'm still stoked for Balanced Druid, even more now.
Okay. Yeah, mine hasn't changed. So, well, it's changed slightly. As in, like, Rep Paladin 100% is going to be my first level 25. And then I'm quite torn. It depends whether we do, if we go, like, we're going Alliance. We are going to go Alliance. So we'll go Alliance first and then Horde. But we're going to have, our guild is going to have an Alliance guild and a Horde guild. So we're going Alliance first. I'll do a Paladin. If we then was to start doing a second character on Alliance before we went to Horde, I'd potentially do a Mage. But I want to level a Mage with Jay, which we've already discussed, because I really, really want a healing Mage. But then we was going to do on the Horde side, we was going to do Mage and Shaman, weren't we, Jay? So it was like, we will be the two healers in BFD. But I might have a Mage on both sides. I'm really excited for Mage, which is unheard of. But obviously, I'll have a Feral on one side, wherever that is. But the nice thing is, it's only getting to 25. I've got no life. My kids and wife hate me. So, I can really just, I can sit and just smash, a few characters to 25 fairly quickly. And all on stream. So, that's at least fun.
I'm still leaning towards just Horde. Like, I did Alliance and Classic when it came out. And now that this is more PvP based enticing, I can't be a Night Elf and do PvP as a Druid. I've got to have War Stomp. So I'm planning on 3 Druids at least that are Horde on different servers.
Yeah. Why not actually try a different class? You might like it.
Because I got to discover everything about Druid that changed.
Yeah, but that will take all of one day, and then you can start playing something else. You know what I mean?
I got to do BFD every 3 days, and I want to do it 3 times on Druid.
Are you planning on playing 3 different specs of Druid or 3 balanced Druids?
It'll be 3 balanced Druids, because he's a fucking loser.
It'd be 3 balance, yeah. They'd probably all end up having the same spec, yeah.
Yeah, I don't understand that one. If you're going to play 3 Druids, I respect the 3 Druids, but at least play different spec.
I don't know. I might have one that's PvP. If we don't get dual spec, if dual spec's later on down the line, like 40, 60, and I don't have it, then I might just have one for PvP, so I'm not constantly going back to Moonglade to switch my talents. So yeah, maybe PvP and PvE.
And then when you get dual spec, you'll have 3 Druids, all with dual spec, all with the same spec.
Which is exactly what I have right now. Yep.
Yeah, it doesn't surprise me.
4. No, wait, I've got 5 Druids right now. And yeah, they would all have the same spec.
Okay. Yeah, I'm going to play more than one class, because I'm not a psychopath. I mean, that's the main reason. Thank you for becoming a member. Welcome, Dan. Welcome. Thank you.
In Go's defense, if I could make ally chamois, I'd have at least 2 chamois, if not 3.
Oh, if I could make a Horde Paladin, I'd have 2. Yeah, I'd have an Alliance Paladin and a Horde Paladin, no doubt. That's why I've got an NA Paladin and an EU Paladin. I want it on both. I want it on both regions. But yeah, I wouldn't go as far as having 3 in Seasons of Discovery when the max level's 25. I don't really see the point. I want to see Go pumping as like a warlock or something. Something completely different, out of his comfort zone.
Man, I'll try something. I'll figure something out and have a different class. Everybody feels like they're going Shaman, so I'm not going to go Shaman. That's like flavor of the month right now, so I'd have to try something different.
Which is weird, because I don't think Shamans are as strong as people think they're going to be.
They've changed a lot, though. I think that's more to the point. Like me and you we've played Shaman you've played a lot of Shaman, like a hell of a lot, pretty much exclusively Shaman. But, we've at least both tried Shaman in more or less every expansion. And, none of those runes, when we look at them, they're all just things that have been brought forward, but that's what all the runes are, obviously. But that's probably why you're not excited as much. Because you've played Shaman with all of those abilities in every expansion, and you're like, all right, well, great. I could log on my mop character and use all that shit,
Yeah.
I might make a mage, because Warlock has pets. I'm not a pet guy. I want to stay ranged, or a hunter, and I would be the lone wolf spec, so I don't have a pet. That might be interesting. So yeah, either mage or hunter. I'd have to figure that out. But I'm not No melee, no rogue, no warrior, no healer, no paladin, no priest, no shaman. Yeah.
I honestly think you'd enjoy either Ellie Shaman, which I know you've just said no Shaman, but Ellie Shaman or Arcane Mage.
Yeah. Arcane Mage, even
They both
Fire,
hit hard,
Frost, all of them look fun.
Yeah.
As long as Arcane isn't built to where you kind of have to be the healing mage at this point. If you could still just be Arcane, then yeah, I'd dabble in some Arcane.
Oh, you definitely can just still be Arcane. Yeah, like without even playing it, you can see that, and they're going to do good damage. Like, I mean, but Ellie Shaman, I agree with Jay. I think an Ellie Shaman would suit you down to the ground. But that don't really help me because I want you to play Alliance on EU with me. So
it plays very similarly to Boomy. Like I've swapped between them quite frequently before.
Right, shall we get into the news? That's all the pleasantries out of the way. We've all spoke about what we're going to play. Realistically, I will probably in the first month of Season of Discovery have all 9 classes at 25. That's my aim. 4 weeks, all classes, all 9 classes at 25. Just because they won't all get to 60. Like, no chance at all. But like, I'll get them all to 25 and then be, whichever 2 or 3 I'm enjoying the most, I'll then go the distance with. But obviously, I appreciate the leveling is gonna slow down drastically to the point where, yeah, I've not got that many problems in my life that I want to get all 9 classes to 60. But like 2 or 3, definitely. I'd probably say like 2 on EU, getting to 60, and 1 on NA, getting to 60. I'll just have to decide what that's going to look like. But my personal addictions aside, should we go into the news?
What do you want to do first? There's so much to choose from.
You tell me. What do you want to cover first? What are you most excited to talk about?
The idols.
Idols. All right. Well, that's a nice quick one, and then I can get that off the list. All right. Do you want to talk us through it? Have you got the post open, or can you see it?
I got to pull it up unless you have a quick link.
Yeah. I'll stick it in Discord. There's not really a lot there, but we could probably speculate a bit on what it is.
I think there's more there for the druid than there is for any other class.
Yeah. So druid, it's got 6 different idols. They seem like a lot of it's placeholder stuff that was on there. So like it says ferocious idol filled with inspiration is its like tooltip. And then there's Idol of Ursing Rage, Lunar Idol, Unbalanced Idol Dream, Unbalanced Idol Moon, Unbalanced Idol Wild. And I'm just hoping that these are for level 25. There's probably some for PvP, some for PvE. Just looking at the icons for them, there's some Resto, there's Balance, there's Feral. So I would imagine I'm going to have like a PvP one that's something to do with Moonfire. That's what they usually do for the PvP Balanced Druid Idols. And then I just want to know what the one for PvE is going to be. Am I going to get spell hit? Like 2-3 spell hit on my idol or something? But the tooltip for that one says balancing yourself with the powers of nature, but it also says that for one that looks like it's a feral one. So just looking at balancing yourself with the powers of nature, I was like, am I getting Eclipse? Is that how they're going to work it in with our idol? We get Eclipse or something?
That would be cool.
Yeah, so I don't know, but I'm stoked on idols.
Yeah, I mean, how I look at it, if I was to guess, having absolutely no idea at all, but just based on what little information we've got there, you've got Ferocious Idol, Ursine Rage, and Lunar Idol. So let's just use those 3 as an example. Ferocious Idol says trigger spell building inspiration, but also so does Lunar Idol building inspiration. So are these idols specifically for Warsong Gulch, and the inspiration that you're building is resilience? Not actual resilience, but, 1% less damage taken while in Warsong Gulch. And, I don't know, Ferocious Idol is every time you claw or mangle, you gain 1 stack and it stacks 5 times. So you're building them stacks up. And then it could be the same for Lunar Idol, where every time you Starfire, you get a stack, or every time you Wrath, you get a stack, however it would work. And then Ursine Rage would probably be similar, but you can see that it requires bear form, dire bear form. So, that is specific to it's the only one out of them all there which is specific to that form. where because you're a chunky boy anyway, as a bear, is that actually increasing your damage instead of, the others are getting damage taken reduced, whereas a bear, if you're in bear form and you're using that idol, you could be getting damage, like outgoing damage. That is just a guess, because obviously I'm having to read between the lines between all of this, because then I would say the other three are actually PvE based. I would say Power of the Wild is... I think Power of the Wild is a power shifting idol. I truly do. I think it will do exactly I think it will do exactly the same effect as Wolf's Head Helm, but as an idol.
So interestingly, the Ferocious Idol. So if you actually go through and click on each of them and look at the spell IDs, all of the ones that say Building Inspiration persist through death, which leads me to think that they're like Ashenvale based, and that at the end of like doing objectives and building up inspiration, you would then get like a bigger buff potentially.
Yeah.
Oh, kind of like with Winter Grasp, you get like you gain ranks or whatever, right?
Yeah, same idea.
Yeah, it's hard to look between the lines on. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, it could be. I didn't know where are you seeing it persist through death? Because I've not. That's one thing I've not seen. Have you opened the actual? You've opened the actual link to build an inspiration.
So I did the Ferocious Idol one, but yeah.
I wouldn't want the idols to only be usable in the battleground, though. Like, I can understand the world buffs only used in the raid and Ashenvale, but I would want my idol to work anywhere.
What I'm hoping is that there's two, right? There's like the Scott said, there's one which like a PvP or open world thing, and then there's one that's more like dungeon or PvE based. I'd like to see both.
Yeah, and I do think there will be. I think the PvP ones, I think there'll be PvP idols, PvP Librams, PvP totems for shamans, and I reckon they'll be like tied to Warsong Gulch. And maybe they'll work in Warsong Gulch and Ashenvale PvP, or something like that, but that looks like that's the route they're going down. Just go based off of what other things we are going to look at that we haven't actually looked at yet. But Unbalanced Idol of the Wild, and it's called Power of the Wild. That just screams power shifting to me. I don't know why.
So interestingly, that building inspiration thing is triggered by 16 different Librams, icons, and idols. So it's the same ability. So it's got to be something that's shared between them all.
Which would be either damage increase or damage taken. It can only be one or the other, innit? Or in some way, shape, or form. Okay. Anything else to add on? Librams, I've not really looked. The Librams for Paladins, they're all just building inspiration, so...
Oh, yeah.
Same as the Chamois one, yeah.
Yeah, so they're probably just maybe placeholders or not actually even been thought about too much. But like Libram of Banishment, Blessings... blessings could literally be, it extends your Paladin blessings by 20 minutes or something, because one of the most annoying things about classic Paladins is the 5-minute blessings and 40-man raids.
Yeah.
So there could be an idol, a Paladin Libram where it increases the duration of blessings. I'm not saying, I'm guessing. You know what I mean? There's before anyone's like, no, don't be stupid, they wouldn't do that. I don't know.
So, something that Scottejaye said, and it's something that I actually have a theory on. Typically, the first time that you can get a totem in kind of Classic or TBC is when you have all your like air, earth, fire, and water totems already, and it replaces them, right? Whereas the first time we'd be able to get icons is 25. We'd only have 2 out of the 4. So I don't think they want to kill the ability to go and get the rest of the totems by you already having this icon.
Hang on, I'm confused. They're two completely different things, aren't they?
Well, no. So a totem in Classic would go in your icon slot, right?
Well, like in your in your like your range slot, in your range slot.
Yeah. Well, you can't. Obviously, normally the first one you'd be able to get is after you've already unlocked earth, fire, water, and air totems, and it replaces them in your bag. So you don't have to carry them around with you, right?
Oh, does it do that? Oh, I didn't know it done that in Classic. I didn't. Yeah, I didn't know it done that.
Well, it certainly does in TBC. I don't really remember Classic, to be honest with you. If they're going to add that as a utility, I don't think they want to give you that at level 25.
Yeah, I've literally never had a shaman at level 60 on Classic Hero, so I don't know if that's the
for
case.
So long.
It's the relic slot. Yeah, it's the relic slot. Exactly, it goes in there. I don't think it needs to replace the 4 in the bag though. You know, that would be a new one on me. I've never heard that that's actually how it works. You know, I thought it was just exactly the same as Paladin, Librams, and Druid. Right, obviously, I've had Classic era Paladins and Druids, and yeah, it has no effect other than the passive that it gives. I mean, if it does free up 4 bag slots, then that's cool.
Yeah, absolutely.
In Classic, you have to keep them in your bag. Yeah, as I say, I've never heard of that.
I know in TBC it adds it where you can replace them with a totem, actually, that your shaman trainer gives you, that you put in your relic slot and replaces the need to have all 4 totems in your bag. But maybe that's something they're planning on adding into Classic, that would be a massive quality of life change.
Yeah, as I say, yeah, shaman at level 60. The earliest expansion I've really played a shaman is Wrath, to be fair. Because I'm normally Alliance, as you know. The only thing I'm afraid of with Druid Idol being used for power shifting is idol swapping. Is there a damage idol and a power shifting idol? Resets the swing timer.
Idol cleaving.
Yeah, idol weaving. You'd be having to swap idol like every 2 GCDs and then essentially lose a melee swing. I think you'd have to use the power shifting idol pretty much exclusively. I would say it's not like it's going to last 15 seconds. You know, you're talking 6 seconds, absolute maximum. I wouldn't class that as a worry. But at the same time, we don't even know. I'm just looking at an icon and being like, yeah, that could be power shifting. You know, it might be completely different. But overall, you know, sum this up, move on to the next news post. I think if these are before level 25, like or even at 25, and they was like a nice quest chain, or they dropped from the last boss in BFD or something like that, you know, I wouldn't want them being super easy to obtain. You know, that would be, for me, that would be great. You know, if the last boss drops, let's say, 2 items or 3 items, you know, and one of those will always be a Libram or a Shaman totem or a, you know, a Paladin Libram, you know, one of those. So there's so many that it drops. You're not guaranteed to get it, but it's quite game-changing to get it. That's what I want. I want the loot to feel special. We're only level 25, so the more special some of these items feel, the better.
Yeah, that's what they did with Sholomance. They put the totems and the Librams in the end bosses of Sholo.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure my Druid idol, correct me if I'm wrong, Table, I know you're there, came from ERD, the rock boss in BRD. The Mangle, the Swipe Maul originally came from there.
No, Swipe was Strat, wasn't it?
Strat Undead, that first Magister guy.
Yeah, I remember farming that shit mad amount.
Maybe it changed. I'm fairly sure the elemental in... Well, the elemental, that rock boss in BRD, maybe it got changed so that's where it drops afterwards. Oh, Rake and Claw one's BRD. Okay, perfect. That makes more sense because I was a cat. Yeah, that makes far more sense.
And then the balance idol, they were like, we'll just make this a world drop BOE.
Oh yeah.
Of course, like so no one can get it.
Oh yeah. All right, cool. So it looks like we're probably gonna get Paladin Librams, Shaman Totems, Druid Idols. That's the first piece of news. Now, do you want to quick fire the today's news? You know, so that the Q&A that went out, because I don't think we need to spend a great deal of time talking about this, because we knew most of it already, didn't we? There's a couple of little things in there that are cool, but outside of that, you want to have a read through the bullet points? You got it open, go, or do you want a link?
Yeah, I just opened it up here. I made a video too, and it was just 7-minute video, so I'm used to this rapid fire for this information. We had 18 questions.
Hang on. I feel like that was a personal attack. I quick fired mine as well. It was only a 1 hour, 16-minute video. The interview was the interview was only an hour.
They asked, why didn't you announce Wrath Era Realms? And it was because the player base is already fractured enough, was their answer, and they didn't want to further give people too many options, right?
But there was a big takeaway from that. What was it?
I don't know. I did watch your video too, and
so
you said it. But...
So you can quickfire this shit, but you don't take the useful information in.
It's a quickfire. Yeah.
What they did say is that they've been releasing the expansions in a more intelligent way, and they've been releasing them in a way that if all of a sudden there was a big cry out for TBC servers, they could release one like that. You know, they've been doing it so it's like very easy for them to go, oh, actually, people do want a Wrath Era server. Boom, there's a fresh Wrath Era server, rather than them having to go back and start again. And you know, which obviously makes sense because they're probably going to recycle this shit for about the next 40 years. I'm going to be sat here making videos again, and it's like, right, guys, we're here again. It's Wrath Classic Part 7.
Nack still hasn't been buffed.
Still going to no changes crew.
Nack still hasn't been buffed. They still think the Paladin, the Paladin glyph and the Feral glyph is a good idea. Yeah. But no, but that's good. You know, the fact that they have done it in a way that if there was, maybe even if there was a little bit of a lull in subscribers and whatever, and they wanted to just go, right, let's launch a fresh server, they could launch a fresh TBC server and just see what sort of hype it got, you know. I think that's good.
And next one was, can you please share more specifically what is your current idea on an increased leveling speed from 1 to 80?
No, sorry. Fuck Wrath and Kata. Let's do Season of Discovery.
Oh, yeah, cool.
We did say that at the start, didn't we?
Question 8 or something.
Yeah.
I listened to you, Scott.
Yeah, let's get straight to Season of Discovery. Fuck Wrath and Kata.
They were asked, is it reasonable to assume that classic raids will eventually come to Season of Discovery as well, such as being able to acquire Atiesh? And they were like, yes, absolutely. Like those raids are coming. They might be tuned, they might be tweaked a little bit, but they will be there.
Go. I'm sorry, I need to do this. What are you reading?
What?
Questions. Are you looking at the same post? Let me send you the post that I've got on screen, because you're not reading it in order. Yeah, no, like go through it in order.
I was reading I had the questions all for my video. I was just reading those. Just the questions.
Okay. It's just like, I was looking then and I was like, what's that got to do with Phase 1?
Oh, there's a blue post about it. Oh, I didn't even know this.
It's just in order of the
25. This stuff.
Yep. Good.
Oh, that's out of order from the questions then.
It is out of order from the questions, but it's just in order of what's on screen.
Okay, yeah. All right, Phase 1 will be level 25, Phase 2 40, Phase 3 50, Phase 4 60. Blizzard hasn't decided entirely on the time durations for each phase. Sorry, there's a car alarm like popping off. Yeah, they said they wanted people to find out the metas and explore what the meta is and have time to have fun with whatever meta comes out from each phase. So there's no actual, like, June we're getting Phase 2, August we're getting Phase 3. Nothing like that. So it could be 8 weeks, it could be 16 weeks. We don't know.
But what do you think about that? Just like, I don't want to spend too much time on these points because we've got a lot to get through, but like just general thoughts on that. I'll go last.
I think more level brackets would have been nice.
Okay.
So even starting at 15 or 20, not even 25, and have like one range per kind of like dungeon bracket. Because now it's like, RFC, SFK, what's the other ones? Dead Mines, RFK, they're all going to be there, but they're not getting any special stuff. So they're kind of there for our pre-raid, I guess, which that's fine. Like, I'm stoked for Shadowfang keep runs.
They're going to be fun. They're going to be fun, though, because you ain't going to have to run there, because they're going to put Random Dungeon Finder in Phase 1.
Ooh,
X for
RDF.
doubt.
I just want to piss people off.
I don't really care how long each phase is. I'd just rather more phases.
Okay, interesting.
They seem really open to feedback, and let's face it, no one's playing this long term. 6 months down the line, no one's still going to be just logging in, doing BFD, and then logging back out for the week. Like, I can't imagine this is going to be many people's main game. And if that's the case, once people have got to 25, the majority of the player base is clear about Fathom Deeps, then yeah, absolutely. As long as they're like realistic with it, it shouldn't be a month or two, but it shouldn't also be anything longer than, in my opinion, like 3-4 months at the very most.
Yeah.
I would say 3 months is a cap.
Yeah, I think at 25, like I've said in previous podcasts and videos that, you know, each phase should progressively get longer because the leveling takes longer, the dungeons are bigger, there's more dungeons to choose from, you know, so it should progressively get longer. But at the start, the reason I brought up Random Dungeon Finder is I might as well get it out of the way now, is I actually think it would be a really good idea. Like, I genuinely do. And I know a lot of people will be like, oh, what? No, we want to run to the dungeon. What about the things we can discover on the way? Maybe put Random Dungeon Finder in for the previous phase. So in phase 1, have no Random Dungeon Finder. When we're going to 40, have Random Dungeon Finder in for phase 1. Because it's going to be a fucking nightmare to try and get dungeons for the phase 1 dungeons while you're leveling, when everybody who's been playing since the start is now 40. And they're not interested in any of that shit. You're now only relying on alts. You know, new characters and that. It's going to be a bit of a struggle. Like that's what I would do. I wouldn't have it, as much as I love Random Dungeon Finder, I wouldn't have it in from the start. The only thing I would add, and this is going to be a bit of a maybe hot take, shit take, depends what way you look at it. There's a lot of content, depending on your faction, that you won't get to see. So as Alliance, I would have a teleporter from level 10 in Stormwind or or Ironforge, whichever one, to be able to teleport to Ragefire Chasm. And then around level 15, 16, I'd have a teleporter in, let's say, Thunderbluff, to be able to go to Dead Mines or Stockades. Or, do you know what I mean? I would make the Alliance only, or the Alliance... They're not Alliance only. Of course you can run all the way over there, but you don't. You know, I would have... Because we've got such few amount of dungeons by the time we get to 25 to choose from, I think having a way to make groups and go to them places a little bit more conveniently when you're the opposite faction would be a really, really good thing. So no Random Dungeon Finder, but just a bit of ease of access to the opposite faction's dungeons.
Let me ask this then. What happens at 60?
What do you mean?
Well, so at the moment, we're presuming that we get to 25 and there's no RDF. There's maybe a teleporter to the opposite factions, kind of Stockades and Ragefire Chasm. But what happens when we get to 60? And do we only have RDF up to level 50 dungeons, and we have to do everything from 50 to 60 manually? Or
yeah, that's what I would do. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. I'm okay with that. I was just wondering.
That's what I would do. I would have in phase 1 easy access to those low level dungeons for the opposite faction. Phase 2, phase 1 now has RDF, but anything that's not, you know, like up until level 25 bracket, you have to physically run to when phase 3 comes out. Now phase 2's got RDF, so you slowly introduce it. So all it's helping is the people that are a bit behind the curve, or their alts or whatever, you know. I honestly see no harm in that whatsoever, and it's not going to ruin the experience for when it's new content. It's not going to ruin the experience for mains. And then, yeah, basically, once the Phase 4 launches, where it's level 60 content, that will never see Random Dungeon Finder. Every dungeon that sits in that 50 to 60 bracket, you have to run to.
Yeah. I'm okay with this.
That works, but I don't know about the whole teleporter thing to the opposite thing. What I do think would be sick is if your PvP, Libram, Idol, Relic, whatever, was in the opposing factions, like, starter zone or whatever. So, like, Horde had to go to Stockades in order to get their PvP Idol, and Alliance had to go to RFC to get theirs.
Well, they could do that, but they would have to lower the level of the guards and then raise them up phase by phase.
Yeah,
I was about to say, imagine if the like Stormwind and Orgrimmar guards were level 30.
Yeah, they would have to literally lower
tune them to 25. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean that's a good idea.
So okay with.
Yeah, it's a really good idea. Yeah.
Then we could raid the bosses too, like in the home factions bases. Like hell yeah.
I just think you need a way to. You need like, as I say, there's not that many dungeons. You need a way to be able to like, whether it is encouraging via runes, encouraging Horde to go and do dead mines, encouraging Alliance to go and do Wailing Caverns. I don't know about you, but whenever I've leveled an Alliance, I've never done Wailing Caverns. Never. Like, why would I go all the way over to Wailing Caverns? Like, without Random Dungeon Finder, I've never done Wailing Caverns.
Yeah.
Have you, Jay?
Randomly. Very, very rarely. But
Sorry.
Have you ever actually leveled an Alliance character and done Wailing Caverns without Random Dungeon Finder?
Yeah.
Oh, I knew there'd be always going to be one, isn't there?
So, yeah, but I've also done Horde characters and done dead mines.
Yeah, why?
Yeah, especially when they came out with the achievements.
What do you mean, why?
I wanted the achievement for it.
Oh, yeah, if it's twinking. Yeah, that's different. Obviously, that's different. I mean, you're just leveling. You're leveling up to 25, or, you're not going to travel all that way to go and do a dungeon, but that's like, you're missing out on content. And I think Horde get it great, being able to get in Ragefire Chasm so, getting in a dungeon together that early. I'd like to do that as Alliance. But,
Yeah. That's the first of, it looks like 20 bullet points here. So
okay, well, I'm going to go grab I'm going to grab a beer. You crack on with the next one, because it won't take as long without me here.
one more point to that then.
Yeah, go ahead.
Imagine if they had like a teleporter. So it wasn't like, as an Alliance, I could just walk into Stormwind and go and speak to an NPC and teleport to Ragefire Chasm, but actually had to go and take, like, potentially go and take a teleporter within Ashenvale that could teleport me to Ragefire Chasm. And similar for Horde, they have to go and like hold an objective so that you get your whole group to be able to teleport to Stockades.
So it'd be kind of like Ashenvale is Wintergrasp, and the teleporter is kind of like VOA.
Kind of. So, I mean, I don't know how many people have played Dark Age of Camelot. Dark Age used to have a massive kind of raid that you could only access when your faction held the zone. Now, it sounds very much like Wintergrass, except rather than a 2.5 hour queued battle, it was an open world, constantly active, like you had to hold 18, or the majority of 18 points to be able to get into the raid. And once someone else took it, they could then join your same raid. So it's never going to be quite that extreme, but like if Ashenvale's a constant battle thing, you could just walk into Ashenvale, go to your point and capture it, and then be able to teleport across.
I'd be down. Will they actually do that, though? I don't know. It's fun to think about. But what is up with you guys and wanting teleporters in the game?
That is kind of forcing PvP on people that just want to do PvE content. That is the only thing, you know.
It's a PvP zone, but I mean, the dungeons are. The other option is you run through Orgrimmar, and that's PvP.
Yeah, okay. I mean, yeah, it's another option. You know, my point really was just that with such little content at level 25, none of it should be limited. You know, like there needs to be ease of access to the opposite factions' dungeons, but
yeah. All right.
Get on to the next point. 2.
We've got level up raids and open world events from previous phases will still be relevant in later phases as Season of Discovery progresses. Blizzard believes players will certainly go back into previous raids while leveling up. Kind of like you said, Scotty, if we had random dungeon finder for it in phase 2, I feel like a lot more people would do Black Fathom Deeps if they could queue up for it and continue to quest out in the open world, get teleported there, do the raid, come back, keep smashing out quest.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, in phase 2, that'd be awesome.
Yeah.
Anything else on that one? Moving right on.
Yeah, no, we can move on because, as I say, the thing is, if there isn't any convenience added, then no one's going to do it. It's as simple as that. Yeah. It's just not going to happen.
And then we've got raids from WoW Classic will make a return in Season of Discovery in later phases after level 60. Blizzard might make changes to those raids, still developing that.
I like what Cal just said, actually. In theory, they could just scale BFD up to phase 2 level, then in phase 3, scale the 2 raids to phase 3 level. So actually, yeah. I mean, that's a lot of work for them, but that would be the dream. So you're just actually getting more raids.
Yeah, I mean, it also would give 10-man raids at level 60, because by the time you hit 60, you'd potentially have 3 or 4 10-man raids.
Yeah. I like that. That's a good idea.
If somebody comes back to the game and they've got a level 60 boost, then they're not going to be doing any of the level up raids. So then they could still experience all the raids that came out, but just at level 60, yeah.
Yeah, and there'll always be, say, so like when the phase, so BFD, when the BFD raid gets scaled up to, let's say, Gnomragon would just be like 3 item levels higher or something. A small amount of item levels higher, so the Gnomragon's gear is still better. Yeah, that would be quite cool.
Yeah. All right, we got Blizzard said they maybe will create new legendary items for Season of Discovery. Blizzard is excited to explore new areas and some quest chains that never were completed in original vanilla. Yeah, they didn't really hint too much that yes, there is, no, there isn't. It was a really vague answer on this one, and they kind of just use this answer to say, yeah, there's some zones out there that might have some quest chains attached to them. Like, go do those quest chains, but not really like do those and you'll get a legendary or anything. So I don't know. I'd like to see a legendary or two come out of it, but
oh yeah, I would. But what they more specifically spoke about was Timbermore. So it was like they'd like to do more with Timbermore, what's behind the gate at Timbermore Hold. And they also mentioned the Winter Spring, the quest chain in Winter Spring as well, where it just comes to a abrupt end. So being able to finish those.
Is that the one around the demons?
I'm not sure. I must admit, when they was talking about it, it weren't one where I went, oh yeah, I remember doing that quest chain. Do you know what I mean? They was talking about a specific quest chain that comes to an abrupt end. And I don't really know why. Again, this is what I've said about the Blizzard interviews over and over and over again, even the ones that I've done myself. What the fuck has that got to do with legendaries?
yeah.
You ask a question and then you get given an answer based on the information that they wanted to give out anyway.
I mean, I suppose it would be similar to like the Thunder Fury thing, right? Where it takes you to an area of Silithus that you would just never go to normally, but it's relevant because of the legendary, right?
Yeah. But I mean, when you're saying like a legendary, what I wanted to hear was, oh yeah, like, we're going to add an extra boss and it's got a chance to drop in. Yeah, like something a bit more specific, because, I don't know, just going off on a tangent about quest lines that have never been finished off. I don't know, it didn't feel to me like the answer really fit the question. I thought that when I watched it earlier, so.
I mean, it could have been an editing mistake. They could have put up the wrong question and just forgot to change it to the actual question. Are there going to be new quest lines and previous areas unlocked that weren't previously available?
Don't get me wrong. The answer got me excited because I'd love a fucking a Timbermore raid or a dungeon. I'd settle for a Timbermore dungeon. That would be really cool.
I'd love to finally take a legendary off Scott, but I've not done great in Wrath, but.
Well, this is why I need the information now, so I know what class I need to roll, so I know which ones are getting the legendaries. So there's just no point, is there?
Timbermore Furbolgs have shamans. Shamans have no direct legendary, other than the 2 legendaries that they can use. They should have a legendary.
They've got no legendaries other than the 2 they can use. I like that.
Another vague answer that we got was gold buying, selling, and botting are hard for Blizzard to discuss openly because it is an arms race with botters. Blizzard is making changes and monitoring it closely. Blizzard is committed to continue fighting this battle even if it is endless. And I gotta say, in Wrath, I haven't seen that many bots, but the gold buying is something that I haven't seen like reduced. You know what I mean? Like, if gold buying becomes like a serious problem in Season of Discovery, it'd be a shame.
Gold buying is at an all-time high in Classic. No, I
Yes.
don't care what anyone says. And the thing is, no one even tries to hide it anymore. You know, it's not even like, oh yeah, I sold an Epic. That's where my gold came from. People openly say, yeah, I just bought 30k. You know, it is at an all-time high. And obviously, we all know why. Someone want to say why?
No.
Don't want to say why? It's GDKPs, obviously. That's
I've
why
also
gold
never
buying's
bought
at an
gold.
all-time high. I've never bought gold ever, other than when I did.
Someone someone sends me mail with 30k exactly in, it's because that's how much my GDKP cut was.
Yeah. And when they say thank you and send you loads of random items, it's nice when you get a random. It's nice when you get a random epic though thrown in there, and you're like, bonus. Not that I would know. I don't know. I wouldn't buy gold. Swiftly moving on.
Yeah, Cody, where should I look for the bots? Where am I blind at? I'll look right now. I'm in game. Let me know. All right, we got Blizzard.
The majority of the bots are in fucking AV.
I mean, Height's leveling a character on a dead server at the moment, just for like he's doing it for different reasons, but fine. But he's seen like the same 6 people that are online 24 hours a day. They never leave the zone they're in. They're 100% bots. Like, they do it on dead servers, so they never get caught. There's no competition for stuff. And then it's a server transfer of cost. They sell everything, make billions of gold, and then sell it.
Yep.
There's 3 people in AV right now on Mancrook.
I need to actually boost a character on Theckle to get the ring. Actually, I'm gonna be one of those sad acts that boosts a level 80, pays to boost a level 80 on a completely dead server just for the fishing tournament. Just because I don't want competition.
Yeah, and people are Redbeard saying there's fishing bots. So if there's fishing bots in Wrath, they're going to be in Season of Discovery.
Yeah, but yous all talk like it's new. You know, like this is what I love about like the new.
I don't see it.
I don't know. I don't mean you. I just mean like people in comments and this new age of WoW players that really clearly had no idea what they was doing back in the day and now play Classic. And I'm talking to all of you. I'm joking, obviously. But I used to fish bot 24 hours a day in original Wrath of the Lich King. Our entire guild, botting was just what everyone done. Everyone had Mr. Fish It and would just literally be botting. Like, fish feasts were free. That was what it was called.
I remember that shit.
Yeah, we'd just literally have so many fish feasts. We'd have alt guilds with banks full of fish feasts and just make huge penis-shaped fish feasts in Dalaran because we never had anything else to do with them. You'd buy like nettlefish and stuff for like 1 silver each just because everyone was botting and no one could sell it. The difference is now everyone was botting for personal gain, as in personal gain in-game. You'd bot to get fishing achievements. You'd bot to be able to sell fish in-game and make gold. But now everyone's botting to actually make real money. That's the big shift in dynamic. But botting, I mean, is nothing new. I in Cataclysm, original Cataclysm, I fly hacked and speed hacked to level archaeology in a day. Just literally flying over the zones like I was a GM, going from dig site to dig site. I'm not ashamed to say it because I wouldn't do it now because I wouldn't risk my account. But back then, I didn't give a shit. I lose my account, I start a new one. I wasn't like attached to my character or anything. But it was common. It's like botting is nothing new. It's just what we used to do in game for fun and ways to just level professions quickly and all of that. People are profiting from with real money now.
The issue is that, and I'm going to quote, I believe it's the Sid Meier's and Sid Meier's Civilization developer, one of the developers, which is basically given the opportunity, players will optimize the fun out of a game, which is so true in that we've created WoW professions, right? You know exactly each item you need now for professions. The optimal route has already been discovered, which means you've also then created a shopping list for people to go and farm and sell for high prices. You've created that demand by forcing that, mithril bars are always going to be in high demand, whereas copper ore is never really going to be that expensive. Wool is one of the hardest pieces of the cloth to get, and you need it for certain levels, whereas linen just isn't. So you've created this shopping list of high-profile items to sell, which is why they're able to do it.
Well, my
Whereas
brother,
back
as
in the
in
past-
as in Stu, you know Stu. He quit during Mr. Pandaria. Obviously, he plays Classic again now, but he quit during Mr. Pandaria purely because he had no reason to play. He had a premium Honor Buddy subscription, and it'd just go to work. It'd come back. His character's got 10 levels. He'd go to work. He'd come back. His character's just got enough, honor to buy two pieces of gear. Like literally, he botted everything. He had every single character at 90. He had all characters full PvP geared. He had every profession. But he'd never actually played a game. So he stopped playing. It was like, well, the bot does it more efficiently than me. so he'd just leave it doing it and go and watch a film. And it really does ruin it. Like, botting ruins the game. But that's why, most people with a brain, again, I never had a brain when I used to bot back in the day. There's no sense of achievement. There was nothing better than, and you know how long it took me because you saw me, sat fishing trying to get the turtle mount on NA. It took me 3 days. I sat and watched like 4 or 5 different TV series while fishing for it. I could have used a bot and it would have done it for me and I probably wouldn't have got caught. But it felt a lot better when I actually caught it.
Shit doesn't exist.
But let's move on from bots anyway.
Yeah, let's
Fuck
move
me.
on.
That was only 0.5 or something.
Blizzard has been making adjustments to realms and realm caps over time. Blizzard also believes by having fewer realm options, it could lead to a healthier balance of faction population on PvP realms.
We've been telling them this shit for so long.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah. They spread the servers so thin that you do naturally end up with Alliance servers and Horde servers. That's it. You reduce the options, increase the capacity, and it just naturally creates balance.
So are there even going to be PvE servers, and then the Ashenvale event is just kind of like Wintergrasp?
I hope not.
Or are all servers just going to be PvP?
I hope they're all
servers
PvP.
PvP. Let me go and sit in Elwyn Forest as a Horde Shami and win through some people.
I'd have them all as PvP servers.
Yeah, same. All right, we've got Azeroth should feel challenging and exciting for players, so Blizzard is aware of the player power gained from runes in the new Season of Discovery, where it will be appropriate to balance the open world. Blizzard will do it. The same goes for raids and dungeons. And I don't know how I feel about that one. I'm kind of... I don't want them to buff it. I want to smash through it. I want to be able to pull 6 things and AoE them down.
Oh my god, go play retail, noob.
Yeah, right. GG. Play Wrath era, or play Classic era, bro.
Yeah, that's going to be the new one. It's not even go and play retail. It's now it's go and play Classic Progress Realms.
Yeah.
But no, I agree. No, I agree with them, not you. I'm trying to put it out there.
Of course. Oh, I do that.
Yeah. No, I do. I agree. Like, I think that the whole point of vanilla is the fact it's a bit slower. It's, the killing takes longer. It's not necessarily any more difficult. In fact, it's easier. The difference between, again, I started leveling a paladin last night on Era, just getting ready for Season of Discovery, and I put my seal on and then just stand there auto attacking. And then when I unlock Judgment, I bound Judgment and Seal together, so I still only have one button to press. But then you just stand there and just watch it attack. It's not exactly engaging gameplay. What I'd prefer was things like Crusader Strike, Divine Storm, a more engaging sort of way of playing the class. But I don't want to crush mobs to a point where it's like Crusader Strike, Divine Storm, dead next. Crusader Strike, Divine Storm, dead next. I want to be like, mobs on 20% health. I'm on like 30% health, thinking, shit, should I heal? A bit of thought. I do think that the world should be... It should be dangerous. There should be risk of death. When you remove risk of death, then you might as well just add boosts. But honestly, that's how I feel. Wrath, there's absolutely no risk of dying. Leveling is so easy. You can level a DK and pull like 30 mobs and AoE them down. You can level a mage and pull probably double that and AoE them down. When it's all so easy, what's the point? Then it just becomes a mindless chore just to get to max level before the game actually starts. We want the game to start from level 1. So I think there needs to be an element of challenge even while you're leveling.
If
I agree.
if there is an extra challenge, they need to fix how much food and mana you get from, or like how much health and mana you get from food and water, because it takes for fucking ever to get a full mana bar after your It takes forever to eat all the way up. You can have bandages
Play
too
on
to
the
help
spec,
you,
noob.
but yeah, I know. But sitting there drinking water, like spending all my gold on water as I'm leveling up, and then it taking 2-3 things of water that. It's like 45 seconds to get full mana after 1-2 pulls. That's what I hated. So give me extra water, like mana from my water, faster or something.
So
and I'd be fine with harder content.
this is going to shock you, Go, and I know. So take a big swig of that drink, a big swig, because you're going to need it before this next comment. This game that we play is not an RPG. It's an MMO RPG, which stands for Massive Multiplayer Online Role-Playing Game, which means there's other people. So what you could do is group with other people in the world and level together.
Fuck that.
You could level together, and then you'll kill mobs a little bit quicker, and you won't have to sit and drink quite as often, and you get that social interaction that we so thrive and just need in our lives. And it'll probably be more fun because you get to talk to me. Obviously, I know you're already friends, so I know it's going to be me that you're leveling with.
I mean, is it still an RPG if we're introducing solo self-found hardcore rules?
Well, yeah, there is that. You can't really call hardcore an MMO when everyone wants to play on their own, can you? But then solo self-found, you can still do dungeons on the way up, so you still are grouping with people. But no, yeah, it is. Yeah, of course you can. You can do each dungeon
They didn't
once.
call it solo self-found. They just called it self-found.
Yeah.
Okay, because that.
If they went by the the original sort of hardcore rules, then you would just be able to do each dungeon once on the way up, which it won't be that, but yeah, it will just be self-found. Big Drogba.
Ooh, the homie Drogba. Get a grip, Wait, what? Huh? Is that directed at me?
I think it was definitely.
We've got 2 ginger beards, so.
I'm not ginger. I'm Auburn.
Oh, right.
And Jay generally doesn't need to get a grip, so I'm pretty sure it was aimed at you. Thank you, Drogba.
That's fair.
Thank you, man.
That's fair.
Class identity, in my humble opinion. Yeah, no, it is. I just think that's what I'd like to see. I would like to see a lot more, even though I sit here and say about Random Dungeon Finder and things like that, that's for convenience when it becomes inconvenient. Like we're in phase 2 when everyone's on their way to 40 or they're already 40. Anyone who then starts in phase 2, it's going to be extremely inconvenient to try and get a dungeon for Ragefire Chasm. So I think convenience should be added at a time of inconvenience. But I do think we should be encouraged to group together. And I don't want to all of a sudden sound like a Care Bear and be like, come on, guys, let's all get in a party and play and have fun together. But I think we should. It's an MMO. I'm hoping they've put runes in that encourage people to group and, running around questing with someone and just chilling, talking shit and having a few beers. That's actually, it makes it far more fun than sat there doing it on your own because it's the fastest way to do it. It's the most optimal way of doing it is doing it on your own. You don't want to group with anyone because it's going to slow you down. It'd be nice if that was stripped back a bit and there was actually an incentive. Even to the point where grouping up with people, the bonus XP for being grouped up outweighed being solo. So actually you was encouraged to group up together. I'd love that. I would love that.
No,
Alright.
leave me on my own. But in fairness,
Drogba again, thank you, my man.
I slightly disagree, but not because I disagree with the points you're making, but because I've always played, especially Classic, I was a massive PvP player. Didn't play PvE very much. I only PvE'd as a means to PvP more. I would love to see 3 people all stood together so I could go and gank them as a rogue. That's ideal.
Yeah. Exactly. It would even make for better PvP open world fights if you was encouraged to group.
I can see it now.
You know.
One, blind one, nuke one. Hell yeah.
Yeah, vanish, wait 5 minutes, do it all again. Sorry, carry on.
Yeah, this one we've already kind of covered, I think. For Season of Discovery, Blizzard has focused Shaman's enhancement damage to be more focused on the Burning Crusade version, which is dual wield focused with Lava Lash. Blizzard is listening to player feedback regarding that. That was kind of like the dual wield stuff that we mentioned at the top of the show.
Yeah. Yeah. It's good. It's good and bad. I'd say. It's good because it's a more modern approach to an old game, which is what I like. Enhanced dual wield is definitely, in my opinion at least, Jay, sorry, a more fun way to play. But it also has removed the whole satisfaction of using a big two-handed weapon, getting lucky, and 2 of your 3 Wind Fury procs crit, and you one-shot a mage. That is fun. I know you'd probably be able to do that dual wield still, but I used to love that. That was the only thing I loved about an enhancement shaman, was getting a really beefy, slow two-hander and literally one-shotting cloth wearers.
Oh, 100%. And I've just considered it, and the fact that I've now thought about it is something I probably should have thought of earlier. I'm wondering if we're going to get spell hunts.
Yeah. Well, yeah, depending on our Lava Lash, what Lava Lash scales off of, and Flame Shock. Yeah, it's just the only thing with spell hunts, you're not lightning bolting, are you? You're not got Maelstrom weapons, so it's going to be...
You would on the opener, you would if the boss is ever out of range. It'd be a very classic mentality of I'm just wondering when the earliest point you can pick up Elemental Devastation is. You can pick up Elemental Devastation at 25. Ooh.
Well, that could be interesting to play about with, without a doubt. Our homie, as you would say, Griff has said, you think the Twink game, in late phases will be absolutely nuts with level 29 Twinks getting their hands on later phase runes. Yeah, I mean, if they allow
all brackets,
and if they allow XP to be turned off, obviously that's the biggest thing. But then again, if they don't allow XP in Battlegrounds, so it won't really matter.
I kind of hope they don't, but purely because then, you could go, 25 is going to be a lit PvP area or bracket, and then, if they turn XP off for 40. Or they turn XP off for phase 2, so obviously max level of 40, you are going to have so many people cap their characters at 29 or whatever the twink level is, or even 39 potentially. 39 with all of the stuff, you're missing one kind of talent point, but yeah, I don't want them to cap it. I'd rather have an awesome level 40 bracket than encouraging twink.
Yeah, I agree, actually, yeah. I would prefer an awesome, max level bracket. So technically the twink brackets would be 25, 40, 50, 60. Well, not 60, but you know what I mean. Yeah, it would be the actual top end of each of the phase brackets. But it doesn't really matter, does it? Because, like I say, Battlegrounds don't give any experience in Classic Era. So you don't need to turn your XP off. It's kind of irrelevant. You just need to time when you hand quests in properly if you're trying to get a big item from a quest. So it's still twinking, but you don't need the ability to turn XP off. And I agree, Alex, we do. I like those world events, and I said that in a video recently, and I even spoke about Rift specifically in a video recently. I like sporadic things that make the world feel alive, where you'll just be running through, you'll be running through the barrens, and then all of a sudden a portal opens somewhere, and that portal will start spewing out fucking mobs, and then everyone gets together and kills it, and there's a progress bar. Once you fill the progress bar, everyone gets something. I do like that in MMOs, because it does, again, it makes for really good social interactions. Everyone running to the same place and doing these events. Yeah, I would be down. But sorry, carry on.
All right, we've got Blizzard accidentally teased Scarlet Monastery at BlizzCon, and there are tons of new things Blizzard is creating that wasn't teased at all. There will be brand new, never-before-seen content added into Season of Discovery. And they mentioned, world bosses, they mentioned contests, they mentioned, new loot or something, too. So I'm wondering, when's our first world boss going to be? And what is it going to be? Do we get a Murloc outside of Black Fathom Deep somewhere and we got to go kill a big Murloc?
That would be cool. Yeah, like a patrolling Murloc on Zoram Strand.
I mean, it would be cool to have, if they're comparing this to like Ultrite Valley, it could be cool to have like the bosses that we used to have in Ultrite Valley, like the old 48-hour Ultrite Valleys, where you had like the elementals that you spawned. Like, that be a world boss.
Yeah, I just want to address Brandon Wilson. Are they going to review the remaining classes or blabber for 2 hours and then have to do episode 4? I just want to put it out there, mate, right? This is a 1 hour podcast, so how on earth would we blabber for 2 hours before we get to the classes? Like, you must be new here, because you know this is a 1 hour podcast. So trust me, we'll cover all of this news and we will do the other classes within the hour of this podcast running.
Very, very quickly.
Very, very quickly. Carry on, go.
All right. Yeah, so they didn't outright say that we were going to get Scarlet Monastery, but I mean, at this point, I feel like they'd be shooting themselves in the foot if they don't.
Right, they would be lynched if they didn't give us Scarlet Monastery raid.
Yeah. I will get something. Even if it's not a raid, it will be a level up raid. You know, if it weren't a proper new raid,
I would take a Scarlet Monastery level up raid that scales into later game. Like, genuinely, it's such a cool idea.
Yeah. What would you want, though? Library, armory, or cathedral? I'm not going to say graveyard. If it was graveyard, I'd quit.
I'd like some. So, in original Classic, the area that they later used for the DK zone, that was actually going to be a Scarlet Monastery raid. So you could have something that's not Scarlet Monastery, but Scarlet themed, that takes us further into that storyline.
But that's not a level up raid then, is it? You know, thinking about BFD, you know, what they've done with BFD, it needs to be like an existing place.
Yeah. I just hope they don't go the same route. So BFD's cool and it's a good first starting place. What I don't want is for like Scarlet Monastery, Void Edition, because that will annoy me. I will stop playing Season of Discovery immediately.
Yeah.
Like, no, my gun, Void Edition. Because, we don't, like, make it cool. Make it do things that you weren't able to do the first time around.
I'd just like them to do Armory. I mean, I like all of the Scarlet Monastery dungeons, but I'd love it if they done Armory, so they could then make the bloody Herod's Cleaver, like epic, and make it really quite strong for warriors and paladins, and you can spin around and shit because it's iconic. No, Shamis are going to be dual wielding. They're not allowed to use two-handed weapons anymore. What are you saying?
Not if Ravager's there.
Blizzard have already just said enhancement charms are not allowed to use two-handed weapons.
Yeah, well, rep Hallies are basically healers. So imagine if they just did Scarlet Monastery, but just as an open raid. So, like, you had to walk through the library to get to the cathedral. At the cathedral, you had to go to, like, the graveyard and the armory to...
Oh, that'd be awesome.
Get a key or something.
Yeah.
Like, but yeah, actually have to progress through all of them.
Yeah, that would be insane. Absolutely insane.
Put the portals down at the two entrances of that door. After you get summoned there, you run through the grass. Put those instance portals right there, and then, yeah, the whole entire zone is now open, and you have to go through all four wings. Like, hell yeah. But make everything, like, the same level. You can't have Graveyard, like, level 30, and then Cathedral level 40. Like, everything's got to be the same level. So, yeah, just boost up all the mobs in Graveyard, Armory, Library.
And I like that, where it's like, if it was a bit difficult the first time round, where it was not a key, but you had to do. They added puzzles, they added things that you had to do as a raid to be able to then progress through. But the options are just they're limitless. What they could actually do, it's whether they can do it or not and deliver.
All right, next we've got there might be runes in future phases that might make hybrid classes more viable, such as Holy Smite Priest. It's a weird way to summarize that point that they had.
Well, that's not what I took away from it. What I took away from it was no. Like, play about with the runes that you've got and see if you can make it work. That was literally what I took away from what they said. It weren't like, oh yeah, we might add runes to make Smite Priest viable. That is literally not what they said.
Yeah.
She said, oh, well, as a Shadow Priest, you might, Anna, she said, as a Shadow Priest, try Penance, and then you might be able to do some healing. and do some damage at the same time. Or, you've got runes where you can mix and match as a healer. You'd be able to do a bit of damage. And from what I took away from that section of the Q&A was not, oh yeah, we'll add some runes later so you can be a smite priest.
Yeah.
That was the last thing I took away from it.
Yeah, that was a weird one.
All right, move on.
All right.
Fuck that.
Yep, we've got the world is the main character in Season Discovery. That I can agree with when they said that. Blizzard likes the level banded content because they can really focus on various parts of the world and create new content for that.
Yeah. When they're focusing on a smaller section, I suppose it does make it easier to create content. But then my concern with Blizzard is always going to be how the content as legs, how they give longevity to the content that they put in rather than it only being relevant for 6 weeks.
I was going to say the same thing. Like, we've already seen it in Wrath that they're not great at that at times.
No, they don't think much further than now. They don't think, well, what about in 6 months? What is this gonna do? That would be my only concern. They're putting all this effort into Ashenvale. When we're all 40, what has that done then? What has that actually added to the game for the long term? Can I go back at level 40 and carry on doing it?
Yeah, you have to go back at level 40 and get your world buff. So that you can raid Zul'Farrak.
Yeah.
All right, this one was one of their interesting ones. Of the 18 questions, racial skills are important for class fantasy and defines characters. Blizzard will not do anything specific for racial abilities, but Blizzard does hint that maybe weapon skill related racials will be available through rewards and level up raids. This will make some weapon skill racials potentially less desirable, and maybe an item like Edgemaster's Handguards won't be as necessary. I don't know if it's okay. Yeah, this one, the next one's tied to that. Blizzard is open to exploring potentially adding in priest racials as runes in later phases, like non-dwarf priest maybe using Fear Ward, because every priest in every raid you had to be a dwarf if you wanted a raid spot in like a progressive guild. So yeah, giving Fear Ward to the other priest makes sense. Giving weapon skill to all the other classes for warriors also makes sense.
Does it though?
I mean, you're just going to see the same thing that happened in Classic. People are going to have one race, one class for that spec.
There's a couple of different answers to this, right, in my opinion. First of all, stop messing around and just let Ally have Shami and Horde have Pallies. Like, you've done all this extra work to give them each other's buffs, but just don't, stop messing around. Just give us the other specs. So I can play with my friends and play this class I want to play. Secondly, then, racial shift is the answer to all of these issues immediately.
Yeah, I've always been a fan of racial shift personally. But obviously, as a private server player, obviously I would be. It just works, and it always will work, and it's a good gold sink as well. But I agree with the whole just make paladins. Taurens can be paladins, and dwarfs can be shamans. You haven't got to add Draenei and Blood Elf. You haven't even got to do that. You could just go from a future expansion and go, yeah, Taurens can be paladins now, and dwarfs can be shaman. That's it. Now you've actually got more rune slots where you can add more fun abilities to classes like a feral, where they're going to be forced to run Wind Fury. You can do more when you can have both on either side. So I agree with that. But when it comes to races, the reason I said does it, as in does it make it better, is then the fact that there's going to be more items, because there's no expertise. Essentially, it's expertise that it gives you. So we're saying that there's there's going to be more items like Edge Masters where they give specific weapon skills. But then that actually takes away from the fact of you going that race. So then that'll force you into a different race. Because it's like, well, I don't need to go and get sword specialization anymore. So I'll go dwarf instead and get stone skin. You'll be able to get an extra benefit from another race because you no longer need the sword specialization or axe specialization or whatever. So I mean, it's like no, I just wouldn't fuck about with racials. I mean, they've worked for so many years, or not. People would say that they haven't worked, but ultimately they don't make that much difference. It's not huge. It's huge for PvP in some cases, but you either do what Jay said, where you just more or less just eliminate racials and you pick whatever ones you want as long as your class can play that race. By the way, for anyone who don't know, that's what racial shift is. So if you was a Tauren Druid because you want to play Horde, but actually you really like Shadow Meld, then you can take on the Night Elf's racials as a Tauren. That's it.
Or vice versa, and Go gets to play Alliance with them.
Yeah, or vice versa, exactly. But you can never take the racials of something your class can't play. So you couldn't be a gnome and be able to, like a gnome mage, and be able to get Tauren racials. You know, like you can only ever get the racials of something that your actual class can play. But again, that's a very private server thing. I don't know. I feel like it's sort of giving with one hand and taking with the other. When it's like, yeah, you can be a different race because we're adding these items that give weapon skill, but then we're taking away because now you've got that weapon skill, you might as well go something else. And then everyone's going to end up the same race. I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, it helps for me to be a night elf with you guys if I'm raiding with you. So I have that spirit form, that wisp form that goes 150% movement speed, so I can get back into the raid to res y'all.
Yeah, well, you know, I'm not running back. I'll be too busy doing Jaeger bombs and making pizzas.
Gotta take a piss, and I'll be right back. Go res me.
Yeah, it's very convenient that I need to piss every time I die.
Yeah, it's weird.
I've never thought about it.
Their last point, Blizzard is really excited for Season of Discovery, but wants to see how players react to Season of Discovery. Seasonal realms are meant to be temporary, but Blizzard will always guarantee that you'll be able to keep the characters you create. They aren't sure if the seasonal changes will have a permanent home or not. They are still discussing it and listening to feedback. But yeah, they did say that we would have a home for these characters at the end of the season, but yeah, just didn't know what that would look like.
Yeah, we don't need to cover that. I don't want to talk about the end. I just want to talk about the start.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, but it is quite important what, Scott, you mentioned it before about how these characters can never go to Classic era servers.
Not as they are at the moment, no.
Well, no, it's not even that. It's just like I can't go there as someone who's been playing a dual wield enhancement shaman. I mean, it's a very good actually kind of thought. Enhancement just wouldn't be able to play the same. So I would go there and I would lose so much power. Scott wouldn't have Divine Storm. Go wouldn't have...
Scott would quit instantly. If it was Classic era, I'd quit instantly. I don't want to play that shit. I would just be gone.
Jay couldn't think of something for me because they didn't really change balance that much.
yeah.
They really didn't.
He's like, go would have.
Goes level 60, full Nax gear, Season of Discovery, and still hasn't got aquatic form.
Yeah, it'd probably be a buff for me to go back to Classic era.
Yeah, no, they do need somewhere to go, I agree. But again, me being the optimist, I don't even want to talk about the end before it started. You know, I don't care. It's a seasonal server. That's the thing. We fixate so much on, oh, but what about my character? Fuck your character. It's a seasonal server. It doesn't matter. Your character doesn't matter. As long as we get a second season, your first seasonal character, you're going to fixate on the fact that you want it somewhere, and then you're never going to play it again anyway, because you'll be playing season 2. Like, don't worry about it. Like, whatever they do, they do. Like, it's not going to stop you playing. If they said, yeah, no, your character's deleted at the end, I wouldn't be like, oh, no, but I really want that character. What for? What am I going to do with it?
Yeah. All right, so we're an hour and a half into the 1 hour episode so far. We've gone through 2 news articles.
Your clock
go.
don't work. I think it's because you're American. Your clock's not working properly. It's a digital watch. It's like Jay trying to work out clockwise on Voliferia. It's only been 30 minutes. Trust me.
Oh,
I wouldn't lie to you. It's only been 30 minutes.
Sure, I really want to cover the Warsong Gulch ones because I just want Scott to be confused again.
Okay, yeah, Warsong Gulch. Let's do it. So the new Warsong Gulch. Well, open us up, Jay.
Well, so there's 3 data mined helmets that have been.
You said helmet.
Found. I did say helmet.
Yeah, I just wanted to point it out.
And I mean, there's no guarantees that it's anything actually coming to Season of Discovery. It's just something that has been data mined. Their item level 25, required level 20, with only armor on and an equip bonus that reduces all damage taken and chance to be critically hit by 5% in Warsong Gulch. So it's not going to be anyone's BIS helmet outside of Warsong Gulch.
Yeah.
Yeah, of course, yeah.
I'm hoping they add stats to it. Sorry, go ahead.
I said exactly the same.
It just feels really bad.
Can we also just think for a minute that these are data mined helmets in patch 1.15 and Classic Era is going to be on 1.15?
Yeah. I was putting that together too when they just came out with like patch notes and stuff.
Yeah.
And I was like,
So Classic Era is going to be on the same patch state as Season of Discovery. So technically these items could appear in Classic Era as well. I don't like it. Like, it's just me. Like, I like the fun, bursty PvP nature of general PvP. Not like looking at the OTK fucking MacGora tournament where every fight lasts, I don't know, long enough to get like 4 or 5 adverts in YouTube for more revenue. I don't mean like they last that long. I mean your general PvP out in the world, or in Warsong Gulch, whatever. Yes, you can get really lucky, and like I said earlier, with a big Wind Fury crit as a 2-handed enhancement shaman, you could one-shot someone. I like that. I know it's not fun if you're on the receiving end of my big hammer, but it's fun for me, and it would be fun for you if you leveled that class. The whole, I don't want to say the whole beauty of vanilla is the lack of balance, but it's not meant to be that balanced where we need to start slowing PvP down by reducing the damage people are taking. Surely, if that's the case, then reduce the amount of damage people are doing and not force people to have to use a fucking head to be able to take less damage.
But what would you put as an equip bonus instead? So, like, just thinking off the top of my head, I would have like a movement speed increase because movement is very good to have in PvP stuff. So that you don't have to, like, they've done that before. They've had movement on like belts or boots or something from Arathi Basin gear, like low level.
Yeah, the boots have got movement speed.
Targeted. Like, so the cloth one has increased magic damage or healing or, I don't know, mana regen, like Go. That would be perfect for you guys, right?
Yeah,
for casters. Or the leather one has, like, I don't know, hit rating or 1% crit or something. Like, but it's so unimaginative what it is currently.
But wouldn't it be cool? So then really think about it and think about what all of these classes would do. So think about like a cloth head. So a cloth head increased damage done, but also increased damage taken. Let's say. So it was like 10% damage increase, but 10% more damage taken. And then you add like the plate head or Mao. It would be Mao at this point. Reduced your movement speed by 5%, but increased damage reduction. So you got that bonus. 5% less crit, 5% less damage, but slowed you 5% slower as well. Because you'd think like the warrior is going to be the one, or the feral druid is going to go and like get the flag. And then for a leather user, it could be something like, you move faster but take more damage. So it'd be like, you've got 10% movement increase, but you take 10% more damage. If they really tailored, on the basis they can only be used in Warsong Gulch, they could tailor them to Warsong Gulch rather than it being really generic.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, we'll move on then. He said I was right. You heard it here first. Can someone clip that? Can someone clip that? Jay just said I was right. Everyone, I just want to point that out.
I also don't necessarily like the fact that there's only 3. It just seems very lazy. Like, you could have a leather mask for a rogue that increases your damage coming out of stealth or gives you a shield when you go into stealth. You could have a druid one or multiple druid ones. Like, I don't feel like the extra work is massive. Because they can be the same model.
What we do need to consider is these are on the 1.15 client that Classic Era is going on. So, like, a lot of this, yes, it might exist in the game files and it's been data mined, but I don't see these going live like this in Season of Discovery. Because I don't see it. If these things can exist in the game files on Classic Era, I don't know. There's something not right. I just don't think it sounds right.
I really think that's a horrible thing, though. Like, it shouldn't be linked. You can't have Season of Discovery be ever limited by the classic servers. Classic era is its own beast, and it should be close to vanilla like, and maybe they've added a couple of things and made it slightly better, but generally it's got to be pretty close to the original product. Season of Discovery is their testing rounds for everything else.
Yeah, I mean, these might never show up.
Ever.
Yeah, they might never actually show up on Classic Era. They're just on the same build, and they're the items that are not obtainable on one but obtainable on the other. Obviously, they can do that, but I don't know. I find it strange. I find it strange that it is on the same actual patch state. It's as if they are setting up for the fact that post-season of Discovery, Classic Era will be the place that you go because it's already there. I don't know. But again, let's not worry about the end.
Well, what next for the news?
I'll close that one. We've done that one. There's only a few left. So new runes. We can
Did
talk.
That one.
We've done that one. Do you want to talk about that?
Oh, runes.
Yeah. So it's mainly only druid, hunter, paladin, rogue, warrior. Gladiator stance. Path of Arthas, which I don't even know what that's going to be yet.
Have you seen that? Oh, have you? I've just had a look. Have you seen the rogue one for that?
What, the gun?
The gun, yeah.
Yeah, the pistol, yeah, giving you quick shot, yeah, quick draw, yeah.
Well, shut them.
I mean, should we have a real quick? I mean, the mounts. There's mounts. You can get them at 25. That's done.
50% movement speed. Yay.
Yeah. I'll just run. Thanks. Fuck your mount.
Only usable in one zone. Nice.
The world buffs and Ash and Val buffs we won't even worry about. There's going to be buffs. There's going to be world buffs. There's going to be zone buffs.
It's nice. Like, just to touch on it really quick, it's hit percentage for casters. Like, I love to see that because I got so many resists on playing the alpha demo. It felt really bad. So getting one thing to give me a little bit of hit was really cool.
Well, and that's the whole point of the professions. They're the ones that I really want to talk about.
They've changed. I know you want to get to professions, and
go on, Jay. No, go.
But they've changed they've actually given us and told us what the buffs are going to be for, in Ashenvale. So you've got Battlefield Genius, which is 40 yards of the Priestess of the Moon, which you have to imagine is kind of the leader of the Alliance army, and you'll probably get one similar for the Horde one. The other one then is Battlefield Inspiration. And I'm reading into this a lot, and I might be making 700 IQ links. I might be making 1 IQ links. But there's the potential that the gaining inspiration from things like relics and things like that could lead to leadership, and other classes are going to get them through other ways. Like, no? Thoughts? Brain?
My brain switched off. What was you saying?
Never mind. Me then.
No.
I guess it was a 1 IQ take.
Yeah. No. Go. Elaborate. By elaborate, I mean explain it all again because I weren't listening.
So I'm reading into the inspiration being a word in this, right?
Okay.
Massively.
All right.
And by inspiration, like, you've got the idols and Librams and everything else that we've had data mined that gain inspiration, right? And when they've talked about Battlefield Leader, they've not specifically named an NPC like they have done for the Battlefield Genius, the Alliance buff.
I've gone again.
Which is a bigger buff. So I'm wondering if you'll get some form of... I'm trying to think. They did it in Ashran, I believe, if either of you two played that, where you could have someone who was like... if you hadn't died for a while, or if you handed in loads of things, you would gain, you'd be that battlefield leader. You'd be kind of the person, you'd have extra damage and health as you, but you'd also inspire nearby. I'm wondering if the idols and Librams and things for other classes as well is how they're going to work towards that. I don't know. It's I've gone down that rabbit hole a little bit.
Could be right. Scott, what do you think?
Why are you explaining?
Yeah. It's a good idea. a really good
Have I
thought.
missed something?
No, you're right, mate. It's it could be. It's anyone's guess. Oh, what's that up
I
there?
feel
That's a
I feel
funny
like I've
light.
missed something.
Oh, no, yeah, yeah. No, you're right though. It could be.
I'm done.
I'm laughing at go.
So personal.
No, it's not personal. It's just every time I looked at Go, he was trying not to laugh, and then that was making me laugh. And I think it was just sort of a two-way thing that was going on there. But yeah, it could. It could be. That's all I've got to say. I've never done Ashran. I was listening the second time round. I was listening.
I give up.
I've not done Ashran. I just don't know why we just went all the way back to the start of the podcast. That was what I kept thinking about. I was like, hang on, are we talking about idols
It's
and
'cause I was
Librams
looking at a
again?
different tab that we haven't covered.
Did I fall asleep?
I was looking at a different tab that we haven't covered yet.
All right. But no, it's a good point. Whatever it was. Should we
Very
move on?
good point. Very good point. Yeah.
I give up.
1 hour laughing podcast when, oh, come on. That was funny. You could see me and Go looking at each other, even though you can't tell we're looking at each other. Every now and again, I was looking at him and I was like, don't laugh. It's not funny. Just listen to Jay. Just listen to Jay. I'm listening to Jay. Yeah, Ashran. I don't know what that is. And then I'd look at him and I'd start going.
My gosh.
Right, next.
was
The
a good
worst
one.
part is that I didn't get anything because I don't have your cameras up. So I got none of that until I heard Scott giggling halfway through a point.
Yeah, the whole time you was talking, me and Go was just fucking crying.
Oh yeah, we were just like back and forth, just staring at each other. We'd see the other one grinning, and then ours would grin, and yeah, that was fun.
That was a moment. Right, next. Because we do want to get to the classes tonight in this 1 hour podcast. So we've got 20 minutes left for the news. That's it. That's the cut off for the news. So you can cover as much as you want in the next 20 minutes. So we've got Ash and Val buffs. We don't need to worry about that. Like, the Ash and Val buffs that you're going to get, as in 100% increased health, 50% increased damage. We'll find out what all that is when we're actually doing it. We've got new runes discovered. I mean, these ones are at least interesting. And as I say, I did want to talk about the feral one as well, in particular with the way Tiger's Fury has been found, with it in like its wrath state. But is there anything here for either of you that sort of stood out? You know, efflorescence we've not seen yet.
The bottom druid one, torrential downpour. There's 115 to 135 damage every 2 seconds. And it's got the same icon as Hurricane, but that's not how Hurricane really works. So I was wondering if that's like I place a Hurricane somewhere and it's not channeled, it's just like a cooldown or something separate from Hurricane.
I'm wondering if that's what Gale Winds is going to turn your Hurricane into, though.
Increases the damage done by your Hurricane by 100%. It no longer has a cooldown. Its mana cost is reduced by 20%. Yeah?
Because, I mean, we've got Gale Winds right now, and that's, I mean, it works kind of like the tooltip is. Like, it's still a channeled thing for Hurricane itself, but if it was tied to Torrential Downpour, like, that'd be fine. Because then I couldn't get interrupted on it in a battleground. I just place my Torrential Downpour instead of channeling a Hurricane, and I'm still doing my damage from it. But that's fine.
Well, it looks like they've tried to give, we'll look at the other spells in a minute, the actual full data mine list, but it does look like they're trying to increase most specs AoE capability in some way, shape, or form. You know, like Skeletor said, with, the potential of traps being ranged. So they got a 40-yard ranged and 15-second cooldown on Hunter's traps. We'll look at that in a minute. But yeah, like that, just increasing Hurricane damage. That if Torrential Downpour was tied to it, removing the cooldown, reducing the mana cost. Yeah, it's as if like everybody needs to be quite competitive with AoE, and Thrash for Cat has obviously been seen as well.
So
Another interesting one I just looked at, because I don't really ever pay attention to the like resto druid stuff is renewal. Instantly heal yourself for 30% of your maximum health, usable in all forms. Usually in Moonkin form, I can't cast heals; it shifts me out.
Mm-hmm.
But if I can cast that and stay in Moonkin form, that'd be fucking huge.
It's a direct spell that's come from retail, and imagining that it's going to work the same way, you will. It's just an instant cast. It's actually off GCD in retail as well.
Yeah, I think it came in MOP. It was one of the healing tier. Like I think it was level 30 healing tier talent. Was that the level 31? It was like where
Sure.
monks got like chi burst, chi wave. Actually, it might be 15. It might be 15 to be fair. I think it is 15. But yeah,
I mean,
it is a complete pull forward from retail.
that'd make me happier with our rune that we get too, where like Wrath gets us a chance for an instant cast heal. Because at 25 we don't have Moonkin form, so it's fine. Like we're not shifting out of form. But later on, once we hit 40, getting that heal and then using it while in Moonkin form would shift us out. But I wonder if it's changing it so that that'll be usable in all forms too. That'd be sick.
It doesn't specifically say it anywhere, does it?
Yeah, in the rune it doesn't. This is the first thing I've seen that says usable in all forms. But
So
I'm hoping-
renewal was always like, even in MOP, where like I said, I think Scott's right, and that's where it came in. I think it was added as a like. I don't think you could use healing touch or anything in Moonkin form still.
No,
I
you
think
can.
it was just renewal.
Yeah, absolutely. So then Hunter looks like it's going to be able to tame adders and deers, which
Which is just weird.
well, it's weird because I can't really think of anywhere outside of Sholazar Basin where there's snakes that you could even
Unless they
potentially
eat
tame.
critters.
Well, yeah, unless they're critters and you make them really big. I mean, even deers. Like, is there deers that are of a relevant level that you would want to tame them in Classic Era? I can't think of any.
No idea.
And then if obviously you
not
got
really.
well, and then if obviously you got aspects of the lion. So yeah, they get 20%
Which
stats.
is-
Everyone else gets 10.
Interestingly, on a belt.
Yeah, and we saw shuriken toss on the belt of a rogue as well. So but I suppose they've probably added this in at a last minute to counter it and been like, well, we don't want to take any of the hands, legs, and chest runes away. So they've just gone, oh, well, they'll get a 13th rune and it'll be a belt rune. And we might see more of those before the 30th of November. Who knows? Or maybe there was a belt rune there and we are actually getting belt runes by the time we're 25, like one for each class. And whatever they had on Hunter originally has been removed and this has been replaced by it. You know, on the basis we've seen Shuriken toss for a rogue on a belt slot, I reckon each class will have one belt rune each. And this is what the Hunter's one is.
Yeah.
I don't know. 3's enough to start with.
Yeah, no,
And
it'll
then
just
the
be
belt
one.
too.
I reckon that you unlock at 25. Like it could even be everybody else that gets their belt rune when they kill the last boss in BFD. And it's more a buff rune for everyone, you know, where a buff is relevant. Or I don't know. Like I just feel like this is the second belt rune we've seen when we've been told that there's only hands, gloves, and gloves, legs, and chest. Makes me suspicious.
What's interesting is that we've not seen like a chest rune or shoulders. It's both. It's always been belt.
Yeah, exactly.
Like if it was phase two stuff that we're getting early and we're data mining early, we would see different like sockets potentially.
Oh, well, we have. We've seen that there's like shoulders, braces, cloak. There's like another 9 or something.
Yeah,
There's a lot. Yeah.
All of the slots that there's going to be on, but we've not seen any other runes that go into them.
Oh
right?
no, not at all. Literally, all we've seen for a belt slot is Shuriken toss for a rogue and aspect of the lion for a hunter. And we don't even know what Shuriken toss does because we've never seen a tooltip. So
I mean, we can guess. Like we've got Shuriken toss in later expansions.
yeah. What does it do in later expansions?
It's just throw, but better, and generates a combo point.
Oh, okay.
So you can get range combo points.
It tosses a shuriken. Cheers, table.
He's
We can always count on
not
table.
wrong.
So Rogue have found Paladin, like Path of Arthas. Your connection to the light has been damaged. All holy healing you deal is decreased by 50%, but all non-holy damage you deal increased by 5%. So as a rep Paladin, you would heal less, but you'll deal more damage with your physical attacks. I don't know what that's even going to be, so I'm not even going to speculate. Could be a debuff from getting a rune. It could be, who knows? That literally could be anything.
And then there's the warrior stuff.
Yeah, I mean the Rogue Privateer's ornate pistol. That to me has just got Warsong Gulch reward written all over it, but I don't know. It's got PvP written all over it just by what it does. So it wouldn't surprise me if that was an actual a reward from Warsong Gulch or Ashen Vow or something like that.
So, I mean, I don't know, it just doesn't kind of make sense.
No, it doesn't. Not on an item that does. Well, yeah, it's item level 12. That's also, literally like you could get that at like level 5.
Also, I'm pretty sure rogues also have quick draw just naturally as part of as one of the other runes.
Yeah, I'm sure it is one of the other runes. So this somehow you would get this and it would save you a rune slot potentially.
I think I think this is one of the very few that I'm going to say is just a one that they've tested and didn't like, because that's how Ascension used to work. You used to loot an item and it would have an enchant on it.
Yeah. I'd probably go with that because it doesn't make much sense. So yeah, I would agree. All right, we'll move on to Warrior's Gladiator stance. Then we've just got one tiny bit of news left, and then we'll get onto the classes. And while you do that, I'm just going to change my vape batteries and get a beer.
I don't even know what Gladiator stance really is.
Gladiator stance was introduced in WoD, and for like the first tier of WoD, it was just crazy broken because you used to have it was a DPS protection warrior spec. So for those people that wanted to be sword and board but actually do damage, and they were a little bit more tanky, but their damage was just kind of using the protection toolkit. So instead of shield block, you had like a better shield slam. Instead of like devastate just being a sunder application, it actually just did quite a lot of damage. It was crazy, and like Lee was saying, it actually scaled quite well with tank gear as well. So you'd just pick up everything. You'd pick up DPS warrior gear, tank warrior gear, and it all kind of worked in your favor. If they introduce that into Classic, I'm telling you now, I'm maining it.
And then all the spells just kind of check out. Is there any new things from all those? There's a bunch of charge, like heroic strike. Like that just looks really weird. Maybe that's different ranks, I guess.
It looks like it's different ranks, but it would all make sense as to what's in there. Like there's nothing really in there that would be out of position. I don't know what poison charge is. That's one that's not been in there before. Like I haven't seen before.
There's some weird charges. But I think some of those are out of place. I would say, like some of them are. Yeah. They've been put in there, but they're not meant to be there. Like poison charge. There's pillow fight. There was another really pillow big fight. Charge that almost stinger charge. I mean, stinger charge says it does 2 to 3k damage. You're one shot in everyone.
Perfect.
Breath of Sargeras. Reduce the melee and ranged attack power of nearby enemies by 1,000 for
that's
1.5 minutes.
That's a warlock ability. Like, that would definitely be a warlock ability, like a warlock tank ability. But I feel like stinger, like these different charges, stinger charge, poison charge. I reckon there'll be like a cloak rune. The warrior cloak runes will all change your charge. So like there's one that's called Eruption, which looks like a charge as well. I reckon it will be a specific, like whether it's, I don't know, boots or cloak or whatever, where all of the runes will be charge related for a warrior, and you can have your charges doing poison damage or have it as a real big instant attack, or have it as whatever, knocking the enemy back. That would be my guess. But again, it's just a guess.
What was the last bit of news we had?
Then it was just the profession items, and then we can go on to the classes.
Oh, profession items. Yeah, I was looking at those. Because there's hit pieces, there's a leather hit piece and a cloth hit piece. So as Boomy, I'm like, I can get 1% hit on my gloves and 1% hit on my boots, but I'd have to be a tailor and a leather worker. Because it says.
Well, you can only use one.
Up.
Void touch, you can only use one.
That's what I was wondering too. Yeah, so they are void touch, but the exemplar spider silk boots. It says void touched, but it doesn't have void touched in the name.
So
no, but it's got unique equipped void touched 1, which would mean you can only use one piece.
This has come straight from Ascension crafting, like almost directly from Ascension crafting, in that you have exactly the same things. You have crafted items that require either raid or PvP resources, but like you'll only be able to use one of them or 3 of them in certain cases as a maximum.
Yeah. And that's more or less the route I've gone down. The coalesced elixir of coalesced regret. So I said in a video when I was looking at this that it could be something to do with like either Black Fathom Deeps, a specific boss, maybe even an optional boss or something like that, where you'd need this. And then I was even talking about like Ashenvale, but it's going to be for a specific event. But then someone commented saying, well, the devs have already, mentioned, and it goes along with what you were saying, where you would have to res someone, and then so it could be to get a rune. But then someone else made a really good point of what this could be, and it's nothing to do with season of discovery at all, and it's actually a way where you can trade someone when they've died on hardcore, their gold and everything when they've died.
Oh.
So you could then use that elixir, and then you would be able to trade someone who's a ghost to be able to take their gold and their items off of them before they go to Classic Era.
That's pretty big brain right there. But it also says may cure indigestion.
I think that's just thrown in. Yeah.
That's the important bit. That's the thing we should focus on.
But that's what I would say it's for. On the basis that 1.15 is not just Season of Discovery, it's hardcore, it's Classic Era, it's everything. When you really look at that, it really does make sense that would be a way to trade a dead character on hardcore to get their goal.
Definitely.
I've got nothing else to add on that. That honestly is exactly. I would more or less. I'd back money. I'd put money on it. And that's what it's for.
All right. Well, we got blacksmithing stuff. There's a sharpening stone that, while applied to the target weapon, increases hit chance by 2% for 30 minutes. This has no effect outside of Black Fathom Deeps. Sounds good to me.
Yep, and that's because they're boss level mobs. We spoke about this last week, didn't we? Oh, well, on the not last week, about 2 days ago. On the last episode.
Yeah. In the last episode.
We didn't actually have the tool, like the data mine tool tips at that point. So now, like, we've got a little bit more info there. And then we've got the shining silver breastplate, a mail chest. It's got some strength, some stamina, an equip bonus. This item is infused with the raw power of the void. When the bearer is attacked, this item has a high chance of inflicting a terrible curse, causing the attacker to take additional damage from all sources for 15 seconds. Proc chance 25%. Equip improves your chance to hit by 1%.
So what's interesting is, since that was originally data mined, it's now been data mined further to have the stats on. Because when I first looked at it, it never had the strength or stamina, and I was like, that's weird. But yeah.
Yeah.
Go on, Jay.
No, I was saying the same thing. It's it was the fact that it's like when you first data mine them, you could compare them to like silver breastplate isn't actually just a thing in Classic. So you could figure the stats, but it didn't have the thing originally.
Yeah. So the silver breastplate, the void touch gloves have now actually got stamina and spirit on one, agility, stamina, and spirit on the other. Like you can actually see the stats, and the stats on the boots have now got stamina and spirit. So, but these are all crafted. They're actual. Yeah. So I would guess that you'll get the recipe from BFD. I don't see you getting the recipe from anywhere else. And once you've made the blue version of any of these gloves, boots, or chest, you'll then probably get some form of currency, or not necessarily currency, but you know what I mean, an item that you can then infuse that piece of armor with.
I'm expecting that you're going to have to craft an item, like a base item.
Yeah.
But interestingly, at the bottom it says teach void ornaments, and then it has the effect of learning each of these. So what I'm guessing is that, like, similarly to how we see at the current end of Black Fathom Deeps, where you have that little orb that you click and get like a 10 int buff or whatever it is, I have a feeling that, like, completing Black Fathom Deeps, there's going to be something that you can interact with that will teach you the recipe, which would be cool.
Yeah, I agree. I think that's exactly what it will be like. And it is interesting that they are bind on pickup. So technically, you could, you have to have the profession, obviously, to be able to use them. But the blue version of them are all BOE. Yeah. So you could pick the profession up, not even worry about actually making the thing, like the shining breastplate, silver breastplate. You could go and buy from the auction house, max blacksmithing. Go and you don't need to. I'd imagine you don't need to craft a base item yourself. I reckon you probably need the base item plus whatever it's going to take. Yeah, whatever it's going to take to upgrade it. But I think that's quite cool.
So what's interesting is that, like, because I tried to figure what this could relate to, obviously early on before they had stats and things like that. Now, the silver breastplate is, like, already just the best breastplate for, like, pallies and warriors and things like that. The spider silk boots are quite high end already. I think they're like level 18 or 20 or something. Whereas the leather gloves, the only thing I could relate to, like, leather gauntlets and leather gloves were like level 8 items. Oh, actually, you can see it. Oh, I've not noticed this before. So hover over where it says Void Touch Leather Gauntlets, and you see you need a Shard of the Void and toughened leather gloves.
I'm not saying that. Oh, yeah. I am. Yeah, over the item. Yeah. So you need a Shard of the Void. Yeah. So we're right. Yeah, you definitely need... The Shard of the Void is probably going to drop from... Hang on. Have we got any Void type boss in...
All of them.
Yeah. They all are glowing kind of purple. If you look at all the
but I would say it's probably the boss before the Hydra. Yeah, the boss before you click on all the 4 like fire brazier things.
The warlock.
Yeah, him. I reckon he probably drops it
too. But you hover over the Shard of the Void, since we're hovering over things, and it says all that remains of the box is a tiny sliver of perfectly black crystal. It seems to draw in and consume the light.
So I'm wondering...
Oh, yeah, we can actually see the Shard of the Void. Yeah.
I'm wondering if, like, one person can interact with whatever it is that teaches you this recipe. And in doing so, you'd get a Shard of the Void.
Yeah. Or everybody gets one. Maybe everybody gets one. They might be used for... like when you kill the last boss and then there's this box that appears, everyone gets one, but they can be used for more than just crafting, possibly.
Yeah, potentially.
If it was only one, then again, it's only a 3-day lockout. It'll make BFD GDKPs quite interesting if there's only one that drops. I'm setting up a GDKP server, by the way, if anyone's interested for BFD runs.
These
50% cut.
Just going to be bits, right? Like 1% hit on anything at this level is just insane. The boots are kind of crazy.
Hang on. We can dig further. So to get to the box, you need to destroy the box, which is attempt to use a powerful source of the light to destroy the box.
So, okay, potentially something you need to craft to be able to destroy the box with the light, to then get a Shard of the Void and learn the recipe.
Okay, that's interesting. I mean, it's made me even more excited for BFD, not going to lie, and I was already pretty excited. Now I want my epics, bitch! Like, I'm going to have to go level working on my druid, and I'm going to have to go blacksmithing. I mean, I was already So that's funny. Because for anyone who's watched my members only video, great time to plug. If you're not a member, join the members only channel by clicking the join button, because it supports the channel and you get extra content. And there is going to be another members only video going out tomorrow, just FYI, because I'm actually going to have some time. But I mentioned that I will be going blacksmithing on my paladin specifically for shining silver breastplate. Now, I've already said that. So I was going to go blacksmithing, make the shining silver breastplate, and then drop blacksmithing and pick up engineering. But now it looks like on the basis, it requires 100 blacksmithing as well.
Yep.
So now I'm going to have to keep blacksmithing.
I'm assuming it's going to be 150. Isn't that what the cap is of the profession?
225.
So yeah,
because they always make the requirement lower than what you can actually get.
For tailoring, you need 150 to get the recipe. For blacksmithing, you need 175 to get the recipe. For leatherworking, you need 160 for both.
So it's quite high. And the mats for some of this stuff are no joke. You know, the shining silver breastplate mats are no joke.
Thankfully, the mats for the toughened leather gloves are actually quite a joke.
Ooh,
toughened leather gloves,
bar,
easy. 2
moss agate, whatever. Lesser moonstone, 2 of those, 2 iridescent pearls, 4 silver bars. That's not that bad.
You say it's not that bad, but level 25, when everybody's trying to get anyone who can use Mal is going to be trying to get these. So there'll be none on the auction house, and if they are, they'll be ridiculous. Like it's not that easy to get those low level gems. I mean, I'll just fish them up out of bloated fish, but that's my plan.
I mean, I need 2 elixirs of defense for my leather gloves.
This does kind of bring up another interesting question, though. I wonder if that potion, which we thought was for hardcore, is to res a paladin to come and cleanse this up.
Yeah, it could all be tied together.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I that was my first initial thought about the elixir, was that it'd have something to do with a boss fight in BFD. Or something to do with a particular objective in Ashenvale. But
if you go further digging into this, and I've realised that this is kind of really taking it very far, there are 2 sound effects linked to destroying the box. One is a holy cast, and the other one is a resurrection.
Okay. So it's so a paladin is doing something.
There you go. I've linked it in our chat so you can see.
Oh, yeah. Did you listen to it? Can we listen to it live on stream here?
What
does it actually sound like?
I mean, I can spoil it, or you can listen to it on stream. I don't mind.
I can play. This should play on stream. Let me give it a crack. So that's what happens when you break the box, and then this must be the lead up to the box breaking. Like, this is the cast now. Yeah, that was really underwhelming. I'll be honest with you. After listening to that, that's made me want to end the podcast.
All right, guys, we'll be back for season 2, episode 2,
part 7
next week.
All right, cool. All right, so we've dug into that a lot. Like, I think we've probably got some good ideas on how some of this stuff is going to work. What about the Shredder auto salvage unit from engineering?
There's loads of shredders in Ashenvale, right?
Yes, there is. Yeah, because you get all the pages, don't you, as well, for the Shredder manual?
Yeah. So it's got to be linked to that in some manner.
What does it take to make one? Bronze framework, whirring gizmo, and heavy leather. So
not massively expensive.
It's still heavy leather though.
Why did you accentuate heavy
leather? Yeah, I don't know. Not got a clue. Probably the beer, to be honest with you. I reckon that's probably why.
Fair cop.
We've got the mana oil. While applied to the target weapon, restores 12 MP5 and increases spell hit by 2% for 5 minutes. This effect only applies within Black Fathom Deeps. Huge for boomkins, just saying.
And it's not bind on pickup. So when we've looked at all that other stuff, You know, like the obviously the epic stuff is bind on pickup. You know, the mana royals can be crafted and given away or sold or whatever, which is interesting.
Yeah, so that gives me 3% there if I've got the oil and I've got my gloves, which my glove on use is, I think it's better than the boots, the cloth ones. I've got Descend into Madness, increasing spell damage by 10%. How much spell damage am I really going to have?
Not
as
a lot.
well as increasing the threat you generate for 10 seconds. That part, I was like, wait, what? Increase my threat generation for 10 seconds?
Yeah, I think you'd go for the gloves, wouldn't you? So you'd go for the gloves. You wouldn't go for the boots. The boots, reducing threat as well as reducing damage taken. I mean, that's cool, but that does at least give you damage and healing.
Dealt. Reduces damage taken and dealt by 50% for 6 seconds.
Oh, shit. I didn't see the damage dealt bit. Yeah.
Yeah. And then, but you get 7 spell power. Woohoo! And they both have 1% hit.
And 1% hit.
The damage dealt part is like, bro, like, who's going to use that?
What do you mean? Who's going to use that?
Is that like for mage tank? Like they're gonna? I mean, no, because they're not going to reduce their threat, but reducing
warlock. It'll be warlock, won't it?
50% is huge.
Yeah, it'll be warlock. Yeah, warlock tank.
What's this for?
The boots.
I mean, that is literally that's like a full-on warlock tank defensive call, like 5-minute personal cooldown. I mean, that's fucking huge.
The
I mean, in fairness, casters are going to use that.
Yeah, it's going to reduce your threat, but
threat is a massive issue in Classic. Like, that's not something to be sniffed at. Having a threat reduction, I mean, there's literally a trinket in Anchorage that every raider had that took it seriously because of how much threat it dropped.
But it's going to reduce your damage as well. I don't know.
Yeah, but not everyone's a DPS horse. Some people like to just drop threat and not pull it back.
Yeah, I wouldn't use those. I'd go for the gloves as a boomy. Fuck that shit.
What you do is you pre-pop that on your boots before the fight, and then for the first 5 seconds of the fight, you have reduced threat.
No, you just have reduced damage.
I know.
I'm looking forward to the increased attack speed. I just want to thwack at things.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting that they've done a pair of boots that look like they're only tailored to one specific spec that has to be that profession. You know, because there
could be loads of more boots, though.
This could be all we've found.
Sample, I think. Yeah,
I agree.
I'm sure there's going to be more tooltips, more stuff to craft.
Yeah.
But it's cool to see that there's hit options, even for the melee stuff earlier. Like the chest piece has the 1% hit. I think there was a weapon in one of the screenshots from the original classic panel from BlizzCon that had like a 1% hit on a sword or something. So I'm loving seeing hit options.
The thing is, though, when you look at the power of some of these, you're going to have to do it. Like, we know these are going to come from BFD. But you're going to have to do BFD to remain competitive in PvP at level 25 as well.
Well, unless the PvP options are really good too.
Well, yeah.
Gear-wise.
Probably not.
If so say it's not just the helms that give you 5% damage reduction taken. It's your helm, it's your chest, it's your gloves, it's your shoulders, and all of a sudden you've got 25% damage reduction from your PvP gear. Then maybe that would make it too strong for tanks to have the PvP gear and go into the BFD. But
the thing is, like, even when you look at the silver breastplate, it's like it's great for a tank. You know, as a rep paladin, yeah, it's still amazing for a rep paladin because of the hit, and it's still better than shining silver breastplate. But like, I'm going to be purposefully trying to over aggro and get hit just so there's a chance for the proc to go off and it takes more damage.
Yeah.
If it's a case where everyone gets the benefit of it, then you just want, like, your tank is going to be the first person, because it says take additional damage from all sources.
Yeah.
Because I'm a nerd. Curse of Vulnerability increases all damage taken by an enemy by 2 for 15 seconds. Is literally the proc it gives.
Mm-hmm.
So you just want it on your tank.
Yeah. Proc chance 25%, last 15 seconds. Don't know what the ICD will be. Doesn't show that.
There is no ICD on it at the moment.
Well, let's say there was. If you was to say there was, then you'd want two tanks. To swapping and keeping this up as much as possible.
Shammies can't get it to level 30.
No.
Damn it.
There's got to be more. That can't be all of them. But I agree with Go. I don't think that'll be all of them. But it's a nice start, to get an idea of what they're looking at with epic items. Right,
Yeah,
okay.
definitely.
Well, I mean that's 2.25 hours of news. I hope you've all enjoyed that so far. I suppose we should look at the classes that we haven't looked at. I can't believe we're only just starting that now.
Which classes have we got left?
We've got Priest, we got Pally, Warrior, one more.
It was only 40 minutes.
Did Mage.
We haven't done Warlock.
What were you guys doing the other day?
We were spending like 30 minutes on each one, so we got a couple.
I think we done 3, and we done Hunter in about 4 minutes.
Could someone resend me the link for it?
I'm trying to find it myself at the moment.
Oh, I've got it.
So must be on the next page. God, there's been a lot of news.
Do you want me to, it's in our chat, Scott. Just scroll up.
Yeah.
All right, even easier.
In fact, you don't even have to scroll up anymore. I've taken that step away from you as well.
Thank you. That's even better. I was actually going to use 60 upgrades to look at it, but we'll keep looking at where we've been looking. So we've done Mage. We've done Druid. We haven't done Priest. So should we do Priest as that's the next stop?
Sure, yeah.
Can I make this any clearer for everybody in chat, as this is can be made quite a bit bigger? I'll do it like that. I'll just make sure that what we're talking about is actually on screen as best as I can. Okay.
Oh, Warlock,
take it away,
Warrior,
Go.
Priest apparently is the ones we got left.
Warlock, Warrior, Priest. Let's smash through them then. We got. On the basis we've got an hour podcast. We've got an hour and 45 minutes to get through these. So
Yeah.
do you want to fire away? Go. You like reading the talents. I'll just sit here and drink and get drunk and chime in.
Drink and get drunk.
What were we doing? The hands first?
Can do. Yeah.
All right, we got for the gloves for Priest. Circle of Healing. Gain the Circle of Healing ability. Heals all of target players' party members within 15 yards of the target player.
Are you looking at the same one as me? I feel like we have real big issues with reading from top to bottom. Can we not start with Penance, because that's at the top?
I prefer using the talent calculator. I will use your Wowhead article instead of the actual calculator.
I would have rather used 60 upgrades and looked at it, but this is the link I was given, so this is the fucking link we're using. No,
Let me
no, Jay, you told me I've got to use this, so I'm fucking using this.
All right, we'll do chest, because chest is at the top of your little pretty list here.
Okay, yeah, I agree. Let's start with chest. No, let's start with gloves.
Right.
Start with gloves.
Let's start with legs.
Yeah, let me scroll down and let's start with gloves. Yeah.
Let's start with legs.
All right, we got Penance.
We're starting with gloves.
All right, Penance. We got launches.
Sorry, what's it called? What's it called? Sorry, hang on.
Penance.
Just once more, because I didn't hear. I think my headphones are dying. Once more.
All right, the first rune for priests for the gloves is called Penance.
Penance.
I get it now.
It launches a volley of holy light at the target, causing holy damage to an enemy or healing to an ally instantly and every 1 second for 2 seconds.
Yeah.
Which, I think everybody's seen Penances right now in Wrath. Priests just channel
You
their-
literally just said a different word the second time round. I don't know how that works.
That one had a T in it.
They're penance.
Penance. Yeah. We know what that is. Everyone knows what penance is. Yeah.
The next one we have Mindseer. Causes an explosion of shadow damage around the enemy target, causing shadow damage every 1 second for 5 seconds to all enemies within 10 yards around the target.
So cause an explosion of shadow magic around the enemy target. So
So it's
it
the
is
same
the
as Wrath.
yeah, it's the bad minds here. That's a shame, but still, this
Yep.
is what I was talking about earlier. They're trying to give everyone some AOE. Like whatever. I don't know. It really is. There's a lot of class sort of homogenization going on, which is good. I think it's good because of how I like to play WoW. But at the same time, I can see a lot of vanilla players, like proper diehard vanilla players, not appreciating some of this. Yeah, where some classes excel at doing AOE, some excel at doing single target. They've really gone down the.
Yeah, but my issue with this, and it's a really unpopular opinion, so I'm going to offend some people who are like true vanilla players. Warrior does all of that, then you bring other classes to buff the warriors.
Yeah, no, I agree.
Like that is your class balance in vanilla, is how many warriors can we bring whilst also bringing every other buff.
Yeah, no, I agree.
That's the only reason I had a raid spot was for Fairy Fire.
Yeah, exactly. Like, it's the only reason I had one as a warlock for Curse of Reckoning or Recklessness. It's literally like you play the game to buff someone else, whereas now, hopefully, you can play a Shadow Priest if you want to play a Shadow Priest or whatever.
I don't like disagreeing with you boys because you're both handsome and I love you both very much. But I used to get taken to a raid because I fucking pumped because I used to farm MCPs and add weight stones all day long and absolutely destroyed everything. I used to shit on warriors in Classic.
Yeah.
There would have been bug
moving on.
reports. Yeah, if people saw a boomkin on the top of their logs in Classic, yeah, bug reports would have been sent out. I would have gotten accused of botting or yeah. So I was like 5% of the warrior's damage.
I'm talking Molten Core and BWL. Obviously, any further than that, then it was kind of irrelevant. That's why I stopped playing.
Kind of irrelevant, as in
I might as well have not been there. Oh yeah, I might as well not have been there. While I was topping in Molten Core and Blackwing Lair, it was fun. After that, it was like, oh, this is a shit game.
I mean, all these tooltips, did these get updated too? It's got 5-second cast. It's channeled for Mindseer. It's got 28% of base mana, which that sounds like pretty high. But it's got
Well, no, that's base mana, not max mana. So that's base mana. Your base mana's fucking nothing, is it?
Oh,
so.
That's like before Intellect is in there.
Yeah,
Okay. All right, next we've got Circle of Healing. Heals all of target player's party members within 15 yards of target player for some holy damage.
Healing.
Some healing. Yeah,
It's,
51
again,
to 100 to 57
it's
out
the
of...
Wrath of the Lich King.
Yeah.
Yeah. And
Which is bad.
I mean, it's still pretty fucking sexy to have in vanilla, though, isn't it? You know, it's bad. It's the same way I said, like, Mindseer is bad. But, you know, when we really think about it, it's like, is any Shadow Priest looking at this and going, oh, I'm really sad to have an AoE now? Like, it's still pretty insane.
I mean, don't get me wrong, Circle of Healing was broken in things like Karazhan and Zul'Gurub because it was party and you only had 10 people. Whereas, like, 40-man raiding, this is irrelevant.
Oh, I agree. Yeah. Really good point, actually.
Maybe it will be very strong in, like, Black Fathom Depths or whatever comes afterwards, the 10-man raids.
In dungeons, it's going to be fucking mental, isn't it? You know, like, just in dungeons while you're gearing up and stuff, like, it's going to be mental. In 10-mans, absolutely. That's why, when there's so many party heals going on, I don't care what Blizzard have said, where they said, oh, no, it's going to be 40-man raiding. It really does make me question the legitimacy of their claims. If they do 40-man raiding, they're fucking bonkers. Like, honestly, I really believe, like, the way they're putting these abilities in is teeing you up for an absolute maximum raid size of 25, in my opinion.
Oh, yeah.
These abilities are not made for 40-man raiding. But anyway, sorry.
The last glove rune we have is Shadow Word Death, a word of dark binding that inflicts shadow damage to the target. If the target is not killed by Shadow Word Death, the caster takes damage equal to the damage inflicted upon the target. 12-second cooldown.
Yeah.
And doesn't reset, which means it's the Wrath one as well.
Yeah. Well, I mean, to reset, is that for it to reset? Is that a glyph? I think it's a glyph. Is it not the same way as kill shot as well, isn't it? Yeah, pretty sure it's a glyph in Kata. But I agree with you 100%. Like I said the same thing. Either it might have been about kill. No, it won't kill shot. It was Shadow Word Death. It was the same thing I was thinking. Was it'd have been nice if you got double, and it gave some mana back.
Yeah,
because Shadow Word Death is mana return,
and it executed under 20% like it should do. And
yeah,
the Cata version.
So what a lot of diehard Shadow Priests are saying about Season of Discovery, as I'm sure we're about to find out, because I've not looked into the Priest ones that deeply. I've just like scoured through them and been like, all right, cool. But there's not any real big mana return runes here. That would be the perfect one to add mana return to, because that's how it works in Cata. Like Shadow Word Death is literally your way of getting mana back outside of general replenishment. So that like would be perfect. That each time you use it, it gives you 4% base mana or max mana. Sorry, 4% max mana. So you're then trading some health for mana. A little bit like Life Tap, if you like. Your Shadow Word Death in to do some damage, and you're getting some mana back. 12-second cooldown. That's what I would do.
I would like it if your target died, you got mana back, but not if it didn't die.
Yeah, but that's sort of then that again, that's not a Cata playstyle. That would, if you're on a boss and it's a single target boss. Let's say we're fighting. Oh, I don't know, Ragnaros. I don't anyone you want, just any single target boss. What use is that? Then
you would take Mindseer instead.
But there's a single target, so you're not going to use Mindseer either.
If I don't know how much damage Mindseer does. It looks like it does a lot.
Nothing to the main target. It does nothing to what you're channeling it on. It only does damage to the mobs around it.
Oh, you target that and it. Yeah.
So what I would do is have Mindseer as your AoE glove rune. I would have Shadow Word Death as your single target glove rune and your mana, like the way you get mana back. So even on a fight where there's a lot of cleave or AoE, you might be forced to take Shadow Word Death to actually encourage you to be able to get through the fight and get lots of mana back, but then multi-dot instead of using Mindseer. Or if there was a shitload of ads on a fight where there's like 8-10 ads to Mindseer, then you would use Mindseer instead and just fucking use mana potions and pray that you can get through the fight.
I'd quite like to see Vampiric Touch, like the TBC Vampiric Touch added in, where Shadow Priests were just mana batteries. They did some damage, but they were mana batteries. Yeah,
absolutely. I mean, that's not added in, is it? No. I was going to say, I don't remember seeing that, but just in case it actually is there. What do you want to do next? Go. Chest or legs?
Legs. Yeah, let's get the legs out there. We got Power Word Barrier. Summons a holy barrier to protect all party members at that target location for 10 seconds, reducing all damage taken by 25% and preventing damage from delaying spell casting. But that was worded weirdly for their tooltips, but okay.
So I can't see this ever being run, and I will make my argument because it is party members only.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's very strange. It should be everyone within the barrier.
Yeah, like it's very strange, because you're never going to go, right, there's a huge AoE mechanic coming in, which is what this is built for, right? And then go, Group 1, we're all going to go and stack over here and survive. Group 2, good luck. Because, whereas if it was Raid, a 3-minute cooldown, potentially even make it a longer cooldown if you want it to go with the classic thing. But
yeah, to me, it's looking more PvP. And especially if they do implement arenas, I think this would be a huge one for PvP. You're delaying the spell casting, like you're not getting pushed back.
I'm going to disagree, but it's because there's another rune that we'll talk about in a minute that I think is just better in every way.
I'll go down to that. Yeah, Prayer of Mending, I'm assuming, yeah?
But we've got to remember that these are not final. Like, that power word barrier, I'm telling you now, if it does not change to be raid-wide, they have no idea what they're doing. Like, that is it. That's as far as it goes, because... like you can't put a big bubble up over the raid and everybody stands under it and only 5 people benefit from it. It has to be raid wide. That is your staple collapse point in Cataclysm. So it's from Cataclysm. And when you're doing a boss, you'll be spread, and then when you stack, barrier goes down, and everyone stood in the barrier. Like that's just how the ability is used. So if it went live where it was party only, that just means the developers that are working on Classic have fucking no idea about anything beyond Wrath of the Lich King. Which I wouldn't. It could be.
Power Word Barrier is a 3-minute cooldown.
Mm-hmm.
So, like a long ass cooldown. All the other, well, there's a 2-minute cooldown for DPS, but
if it's raid wide, it's a huge cooldown. You know, so like 3 minutes is acceptable.
30%.
DSAC is 30%.
DSAC is
30%.
30%. Yeah. So this is pretty much a DSAC.
Well, I mean, it depends how you look at it. As in the DSAC from this, like if we go to Paladin, the DSAC from this is 30%. But Divine Guardian is only 20%. Obviously, we are talking. So DSAC here is 30% of all damage taken by party members. But that has got a cap, so it's capped at your max health. Whereas in Wrath, obviously DSAC when someone calls for a DSAC, it's only 20% because you're cancelling the actual DSAC. Everyone calls for a DSAC. It's not a DSAC. It's a Divine Guardian. You know, you're actually only using the secondary component of DSAC, which is Divine Guardian, which is 20%. So
it's not 27.
Sorry,
DSAC 27.
I'm sorry, I'm being pedantic, but you know that's what it is. Yeah.
Very pedantic.
Yeah, I like people to have the facts.
Yeah. All right, we got Prayer of Mending. Places a spell on the target that heals them for 93 to 100. Next time they take damage or receive healing. When the heal occurs, Prayer of Mending jumps to a party or raid member within 20 yards, jumps up to 5 times, and lasts 30 seconds after each jump.
Why did you start laughing?
I saw you wave it. And
I was waving at Stark. Stark said Scott, so I waved at him.
Oh, okay. This spell can only be placed on one target at a time. It's just like his fist bump when he...
Give us a follow.
Give us a follow.
Give us a follow. Yeah, what's wrong with that? It's very like Irish and wee. Email lad, give me a follow.
You do look like you're clicking your heels under the table, though.
Yeah. Again, when Jay was talking earlier, I'd done exactly the same to you there, Go, where I listened to nothing you said. I mean, it was mainly when you said Prayer of Mending, and then I switched off. Because it's like, we know what Prayer of Mending does.
Yeah.
I mean,
they
very
Holy
true.
And Disc Priest, like they're both gonna pick Prayer of Mending.
Yeah. It wouldn't really matter what you're going. Well, I mean, depending on what other runes we get to, but yeah, just as a healing priest, Prayer of Mending obviously would be strong.
I don't even want to pronounce the next one. I'm gonna
go for it.
I'm gonna go Shared Pain next, and then we're gonna have the guest read the fourth one.
What? I'll read it because I know how Blizzard said it, so I actually know what it is. But I would read it as homunculi.
It's homunculi.
Okay.
It's homunculi, I know, but homunculi just sounds so much more fun. Homunculi literally sounds awesome. If I had a talent or a rune as a paladin called homunculi, I'd take it no matter what it done.
All right, Hump on Cully. We've got break off splinters of your soul.
Hang on. Did you not just say something completely different?
Is there not a P in there?
No, there's no P in there. It's not hump on Cully.
No Hump on Cully, okay. Homunculi. Break off splinters of your soul to animate 3 miniature copies of yourself that attempt to attack your current target with a mace, sword, and axe, reducing the attack speed, attack power, and armor, respectively, of any target they hit. That's it. That's an interesting. Like, is that brand new?
This has never been in the game, as far as I know.
I've never seen it. One. Never seen anything like it.
I've got a weird thing to say that something similar was in MOP. But I don't also remember it.
Yeah, the only thing that makes me think of is shadowy apparitions. And I know it's nothing like it, because shadowy apparitions is passive. But, you know, that's sort of what, you know, things coming out of you as a shadow priest, you know, it just, that's the only thing that it resembles, but...
Yeah, I mean, the fact that it reduces attack speed, attack power, and armor tells me it's a little bit more PvP based, but I don't know. It's really interesting. Go. There seems to be a giant wanting for you to say the word again.
The homunculi.
Homunculi?
Not humponculi.
Humponculi. Yeah. Humponculi.
Oh, what Andrew just said. Yeah, that's a good shout. It's like the Barov peasant caller trinket. Yeah.
I remember that one.
But I would say PvP, because you would imagine it's not going to be as... So you've got reduced attack speed. It's not going to be as powerful as Thunderclap. Attack power, it's not going to be as powerful as Demo Roar. And armor, it's not going to be as powerful as Sunder. So you wouldn't use it as a big cooldown unless it's stacked. Then that would be an interesting thought.
It doesn't say the duration, but it has a 2-minute cooldown. So if it's like 10, 15 seconds, everybody's popping their cooldowns. Do you have your priest queuing up their mic? Popping homunculi?
Pop in homunculi!
What are you thinking?
I want Gracious to call them all.
One.
Homunculi 1!
Homunculi 2. Yeah, I mean, it'd be what you've just. I hadn't even thought about what you just said there, Scott, about they could stack. I want to do a 9 priest raid. I'm not gonna lie. 1 tank, 9 priest. Everyone pops homunculi.
Well, I think for PvE purposes, if it doesn't stack, it's not ever going to get used. In my opinion, because when are you not going to have a warrior or a druid or especially if we're saying this is what makes me think 40-man raiding is going to be a fucking myth. Because why would you need an ability like that in a 40-man raid? Are you telling me you wouldn't have a warrior in a 40-man raid? If it was like, if we're talking, it's almost like they're building all of this around 10 and 25-man. Like, that's the only way I can look into it, where it's like, okay, so you haven't got a warrior, but you've got a priest, or a couple of priests, potentially, that can homunculi all over the fucking gaff. And, I don't know. That's not built for a 40-man raid, is it? I wouldn't say.
Not at all.
And the last leg rune, we have Shared Pain. Your Shadow Word Pain now also afflicts up to 2 additional nearby targets within 15 yards. So
that's fucking
AoE
sick.
Dot.
That is sick.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm going to enjoy that.
Has that been in future retail expansions I ain't played, Jay?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Because that's insane. So it must have been in Legion onwards, I'm assuming.
Been removed and changed with something different, which is your Vampiric Touch applies Shadow Word Pain. But yeah, I mean, just this is kind of broken, to be honest. Just being able to dot everything. And the fact that there's going to be no dot caps, I believe. Is that a thing?
It shouldn't. There shouldn't be. Not with the amount of dots everyone's being given. I would hope not. But that, imagine popping Shared Pain. You're just doing dead mines. You're just doing a dungeon. You Shared Pain and then you Mind Seer. That's mental. You putting your dots up on 3 targets instantly and then Mind Seer and everything. Yeah, that's awesome. I do think they're just going to have mana issues. But maybe the mana issues will be alleviated with the chest runes. Go.
Nice segue. For the chest rune number 1, we've got Void Plague. Afflicts the target with a disease.
Can we start from the bottom? You're so inconsistent.
We've got Twisted Faith.
I was completely joking.
We've got Serendipity.
Yeah, let's start with Serendipity and then do Void Plague, because I can get a beer then. They're on screen.
All right. Serendipity, we've got Healing with Flash Heal, reduces the cast time of your next lesser heal, greater heal, or prayer of healing by 20% for 20 seconds, stacking up to 3 times. So, I mean, Flash Heal is already a quick cast, and then if you're downranking, say, your greater heal, then it's going to be further reduced by 20%. It stacks to 3 times. Like, that looks fucking strong.
That's like 20 times 3. Oof.
You've just reminded me that you can downrank, which I hadn't even
in
thought
Classic.
about.
Yeah.
But
Can you?
Like,
in Classic era.
No. I'm saying can you? I know. I'm not. But can you?
Hopefully.
All right,
I
so
only had rank 1 Starfire. I couldn't downrank it any further.
all right, so no, can we really just like think about this logically at the moment? These tooltips we're looking at are base mana. That's not how tooltips read in Classic. They're not base mana. They have a mana value which enables you to downrank. So, are we going to be downranking in Season of Discovery?
Fuck me. That's some smart shit. I don't know what you did back there.
Very interesting question.
When you just went behind your green screen, but you must have got some IQ
He's
back
got
there.
notes written behind there
He's
to
like-
come back so he looks smart.
He's got Agron tied up. Hey,
I'm actually a twin. I'm the mouthy drunken twin, and then I've got a clever one tied up behind there, and occasionally we switch places.
Well, when are you going back and bringing out the fun one?
No, but I was just thinking, like,
that's a good point.
Yeah, will we be downranking? I know it is the go-to thing in Classic era and Vanilla, but looking at these tooltips, these are very, very retail.
Yeah, that's a fair ass point, and that kind of got me sad because I was looking forward to downranking, but
I'm not. I fucking hate downranking. I genuinely hate. I've always hated downranking. It's like you learn a new spell. I'm not going to use it though.
Yeah, that shit was the worst. Like, I've just got this awesome new ability, and I'm just
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, it felt good, but it felt bad at the same time because if I was going with max rank Starfire, I would downrank to rank 3 or rank 1, and I could still pump, I could still cast, and they've kind of fixed that with a rune. So as long as I don't have mana issues, then I don't need to downrank. So yeah, but healers, I know healers downrank the fuck ton.
Oh yeah. Like literally, as a Resto Druid, you've got one ability. If you're not the highest spell power Resto Druid in the raid using Rejuve, you're literally just healing touch rank 4. And I said that in the other podcast where I was like, back in my day, you never used anything other than healing touch rank 4. And then someone who still plays Classic era now was like, we still do that today. Because it's the most mana efficient. It does enough healing. But that's like shit.
So I'm just looking now. So I've just taken Wrath. No, because we've got Go, just genuinely because it's the first ability I found. Wrath currently, according to Wowhead Classic on like classic servers, in 1.1.3 is all specific mana cost. Nothing is base mana.
Yeah.
So actually that's a really, really interesting spot.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. I'm here. I'd like to say I'm here every Wednesday, but you guys know as well as I do, this podcast is about as fucking frequent as EastEnders nowadays, and only the English people who know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, but I mean, still, this rune, the more I think about it, it stacks up to 3 times, so you have 60% like cast reduction off of your greater heal, like your prayer of healing, all that's like, you just toss 3 flash heals that are quick as fuck, and then all of a sudden every other heal is just going to be like GCD capped.
Yeah.
It seems pretty mental for
You broke my mind a little bit, Scott, and I'm not okay with
Yeah, no, I'm trying to move on from it.
Quickly move on. Quickly move on. Yeah, quickly move on. Because I'll be honest with you, I'm just sat here thinking at the moment about how great I am, so I'm struggling to listen to either of you.
Yeah. The next healing one, it looks like, is Strength of Soul. I know you said Void Plague was on there, but I'm going to go to Strength of Soul.
Yeah.
Give you a second to
I really like this one.
Lesser heal, greater heal, and flash heal reduce the remaining duration of weakened soul on targets. They heal by 4 seconds.
Now imagine if you could downrank and you could get
1 second lesser heals. You could do 1 second lesser heal. Yeah, 1 second lesser healing waves. Heal, and then get rid of the weakened soul. I mean, this is a talent even in. It's in Wrath, isn't it? It's definitely in Kata. Is this in Wrath?
Actually,
I haven't heard of it.
No, well, it's Kata then. It's definitely in Kata. Oh, it is in Kata, because I would always keep the shield. Yeah, I'd always keep the main tank shielded. Yeah, and Serendipity is, yeah. But Strength of Soul, I think it's called something different, though. But yeah, when you get your improved shield, the talent either before or after it, reduces the cooldown so you can get a shield back on the tank quicker. Yeah, I mean, I'm glad they've not gone down the path of like reducing the cooldown on Power Word Shield. where it's like completely spammable or whatever. I don't know. So like I don't want it to turn into a Rapture Disc Priest from Wrath. That's what I'm saying. Because that would suck.
So, here's my thoughts. They have to change every spell to be base mana.
I thought you were just going to be like, here's my thoughts, and just be quiet for like 5 seconds.
It was full strength for soul. Okay.
Yeah, everything's got to be base mana. Then yeah.
Is every class like this? Yeah.
Yeah, it'll have to all be base mana. Yeah, so we'll be using max rank of everything.
So it can't really.
Yeah, but that means you're going to have no mana at all.
Well, no, because it's just base mana, and I mean, it might be rough to begin with, but yeah, it's only base mana. It's the mana that you physically create your character with, and as your stats increase from the
naked, yeah.
Yeah, so it's not going to be that bad.
But it is going to change things quite substantially, because instead of using level 4 or rank 4 spells, you might be able to use rank 9, rank 10 spells, because they're not going to be as bad.
Yeah, but like Cal's just said in chat, you're gonna have to stack in. Like, you are actually gonna have to focus on not just like worrying about using things that give massive plus healing. You are gonna be worrying about your mana pool at the same time, and you might have to heal a little bit more intelligently. This season of Discovery could end up a little bit like Kata style healing, where you can't just down rank to rank 4 healing touch as a Resto Druid and spam it endlessly and know you're never going to go boom. You can't just rank 1 Flash of Light as a Holy Paladin and know you're never going to go boom, but you're doing enough. You're always getting the big mana returns. I think you might have to actually heal quite intelligently, which adds a layer of difficulty in itself. And this is this is why I love doing podcasts, because we talk about shit. I know people on YouTube and that, they like to just go on a video and watch it and go, right, it was A, B, C, D. Like, I've learnt that. But I would never learn what we learn in 3-4 hours of just sat here talking shit, having a laugh, having a beer, and reading through. We get far more out of this. And like just that alone, that's a huge, huge change to how classes are going to play. If that's how it ends up, we've got to remember that. This is only data mined. There's a chance that ends up being bullshit, but I would say 99% that's how it's going to be.
Maybe it says percent of base mana because it's being pulled from expansions that had percent base mana attached to the tooltip already.
Well, no, this is being pulled straight from the game files.
Yeah, but they pulled it from other stuff.
No. So
straight from the game files.
If you actually go and click on, so take Power Word Barrier as an example, if you actually click on the spell itself, it takes you to the classic added in 1.15.0. This is the ability that we're going to get in the game.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, because that obviously shouldn't even be in. Oh no, I don't. I hope it don't get changed. I think this will actually make healing really fun in vanilla, and it's actually made me think, maybe I do go Holy Paladin instead of Ret Paladin.
Oh god, I don't want to have to live with the consequences of that mistake again.
Well, maybe I go Holy Paladin on one and Ret Paladin on another. Maybe I have two. Hang on, is Shadowmourne in vanilla? Let me just work it out. No, it's not. It's fine. I can do both.
No, but Sulfuris is.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
It's fine, I'm getting the first one anyway, right?
Oh yeah, we've got no worries then. It's fine.
I lost my link.
What?
I lost my link. I don't. Can you relink this for me?
What? All the rooms we're looking at?
Yeah.
It's literally in our group chat, like one message up. Now it's said twice.
I'm sorry. Okay, we're here. Druid. We're scrolling. We got Priest. We got Homunculi. We went too far. Going back up. All right, we got Twisted Faith. Mind Flay and Mind Blast deal 20% increased damage to targets afflicted with your Shadow Word Pain.
Let me hang on, just one sec. Let me just address Art Clan. Is that, or is it, I can't. It's the message is so small on my screen, and my eyes are terrible. I think the blessings will be increased. and I actually think it's going to be done by an idol, like a Paladin Libram. We've been talking about that earlier in the show, so if you're really bored and you've got nothing else going on in life, like me, then maybe watch the start, because it was somewhere between 0 minutes and now. I couldn't tell you exactly where it was. It was definitely somewhere in between.
We've only been going for like 35 minutes.
Oh,
so we've got like 25 minutes left. So yeah.
It was somewhere in that first 35 minutes of the stream.
Yeah.
But I think it's going to come from a Libram, and it's called Libram of Blessings. So
yeah.
And
Does that mean you have to have multiple Librams to switch to your Blessing Libram to buff?
Yeah. Why not? That adds flavour. Let's go.
We've got another. The last one for the chest and the priest is Void Plague. Afflicts the target with a disease that causes shadow damage over 18 seconds. It's a 6-second cooldown.
It's just Devouring Plague, right?
Yeah, so Shadow Priest has 2 options. Do they want Twisted Faith? Do they want Void Plague? Healers, if they don't need Serendipity, they don't need Strength of Soul, they can pick up one of these other 2 chest runes and do a little damage.
Thank you, Payne. Love you, Payne. Thank you, man.
Payne, what a legend.
Absolute legend. That's what I was thinking. So yeah, Mind Flare and Mind Blast, still 20% increased damage to targets afflict. Yeah, I mean, again, it's just a standard talent from the future. What I mean, what do you go with then? So as if you was a Shadow Priest.
So
I think Twisted Faith is a must.
No,
not PvP. Fuck PvP. We're talking about pass. We're talking about we want to pass in BFD.
99 parse.
We're at 99 passing in BFD. We don't care about PvP.
You Ashen Bell Andy.
What was that?
Purely on mana, you'd have to go Twisted Faith. Because you couldn't maintain another dot. You just wouldn't have the mana to.
13% of base mana when your base mana is, what, like 25 mana? So it costs, what, 4 mana?
Thank you, Sully.
Did you just pull all of those numbers out of your ass?
Yeah. your base mana is not that high, though.
Yeah, I mean, like, there is options. That's the good thing about Priest, though. Like, we could sit here and we could make a spec. Like, me personally, I'd probably go... I mean, the disease is pretty good. 6 seconds, 18 seconds it's up for. So Void Plague is basically Devouring Plague, isn't it? So you're going to go, like... You could go for that for dots, but I'd go, like, Twisted Faith. Oh, man. I mean, legs, though. So Shared Pain. Twisted Faith, Shared Pain, and probably Shadow Word Death.
I think you do... Well, no. See, for passing, I'd say Homunculi. Or Homunculi.
Homunculi. Yeah, I suppose it depends how much damage they do, don't it?
And then what? Shadow Word Death is the only real option, isn't it?
And Shadow Word Death, yeah. Yeah, I suppose so. Yeah, single target passing Share Pain is useless. That would have to be Homunculi. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, Trash would be Shared Pain.
Like, Shadow Priest is just going to pump AoE. With Shared Pain and Mindseer.
Shared Pain, Mindseer, and then... I mean, Void Plague, it doesn't technically say... It doesn't say Void Plague can only be... Oh, Mind Flake and... Oh, that's Mind Blast. Yeah, so, I mean, you would go Void Plague, then for AoE. Because it doesn't say it's only one target only. It's got a 6-second cooldown, but it lasts 18 seconds. So, if there was 3 targets that are going to last quite a while, you could keep Void Plague up on all 3 of them. You could use... Mindseer to obviously hit at least 2 of the 3, and Share Pain to Shadow Word Pain all 3. That's pretty insane, probably, sustained 3 target damage. Just look on 60 upgrades and see what the base mana is. Are you doing that already, Go?
I'm trying, yeah.
Okay, goes on that. Right, anyway, that's Priest. Do you want anything to add on Priest? I mean, we could talk about healing, but I think healing's fairly self-explanatory, really. If you're going more like worrying about putting shields out, you're going to go Strength for Soul. Serendipity is going to be more holy. Although I think Strength for Soul is going to be pretty pants, to be honest with you. I'd probably go Serendipity in all cases.
How much mana is each int in Classic Era? Is it 10?
15.
15? So
stamina's 10. One stamina's 10 health. One intellect is 15 mana.
Base mana is going to be
765.
Oh, okay. I've got a different number.
Base mana. Well, it's for undead. Everyone has like a slightly different one, I think. Like off 1 or 2 intellect.
Yeah, mine's significantly larger than that.
Larger.
Barely know her.
Mine at level 25 with no gear, I have 1,000.
Oh, 982. I don't know where that came from. I mean, I've only got 51 int, but yeah, mana says 982.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. I think it's going to be about 1,000.
So what? 13% of that is 127 mana.
Yeah.
0.3 recurring.
All right.
Yeah,
Well, should we round up as we're all friends and say 130 mana?
No.
No. All right, we won't. Can we move on to another class because we've only got? Let me have a look.
Warlock and Warrior, right?
Oh, there's no time limit on this podcast because we are absolute losers. So there's actually no time left. We can go as long as we want because that's how we roll. Yeah,
we got Warrior, Lock, or Pally.
Oh, can we do No, let's not do Pally because that will take all night. We'll end on Pally because then everyone can leave and I'll just sit here and then just talk to myself and everyone can go to bed and I'll talk about Paladin for 2 or 3 hours. I've got to be up early, so I can't do much longer than that on one class. Let's do what? Let's do Warlock. At least it's in order then.
You'll be cooking your pizza with your Vandalier sauce, whatever the hell it's called.
Vindaloo!
Vindaloo sauce.
Vandaloo? What is that?
Vandalier, yeah.
Vandalier sauce. Oh my god.
OMG. What are we doing next? You said Warrior? Lee said Warrior.
Lee's not here. That's Jay.
Limu.
Literally the worst. Oh, Lee said it in chat. I was going to say,
yeah,
that one that we're talking to is Jay. You're literally the worst podcast host ever.
I know who the guest is. Damn it!
All right, go on. Let's do Warrior. I know the Warrior ones really well because I have been studying them pretty hard today. Actually,
same. I'm going Warrior. Don't know if I said that right.
Does it matter which one? Chest, legs, gloves?
Yeah,
well, you tell me where you want to start going, and I'll tell you why you're wrong.
I'll agree with Jay. So if I'm wrong, Jay's wrong too. So I'll say legs.
Yeah, all right. Let's go gloves first.
All right, cool. Gloves. Right where I wanted to go. We've got Victory Rush. 8-second cooldown. Instantly attack the target, causing 1+ attack power star 45 divided by 100 parentheses damage. And healing you for 10% of your maximum health. Only usable within 20 seconds after you kill an enemy that yields experience or honor. So leveling up talent, PvP talent, rune, sorry. Yeah. You don't use that in a raid, would you? Maybe trash?
Not over anything else, no. When you get to the other glove runes, you'll see exactly why you wouldn't use that in a raid. But it's still, that is insane. Like Victory Rush has always been insane, but obviously the first iteration of Victory Rush never had the heal. The first iteration of Victory Rush was literally just a free attack. So getting the actual Victory Rush where it heals you as well, like warriors are just going to be non-stop pumping. You know, mob to mob during questing. That one rune will make leveling a warrior so much fun.
It's just like my Wrath rune for Druid. I'm never going to go out of mana casting Wrath, killing mobs as I level up. I love it. As long as it's not a level 25 rune, that would break my heart.
Hang on, is that not like a leg rune or a chest rune? It weren't gloves, was it? Furious Storm Rage?
Victory Rush.
No, Furious Storm Rage for Druid.
Oh, I don't know. I don't remember.
Yeah, no, it definitely weren't gloves.
So wait, gloves you were saying was the level 2 one?
Yeah, gloves is what you're going to get at level 2.
Lucky. But yeah, the next one I'm assuming is really good for raid. Endless Rage, you generate 25% more rage from all damage you deal.
Yeah, it's pretty fucking good.
That sounds pretty good, yeah. We've got Devastate. Sunder Armor also deals 100% weapon damage, increased by 10% per application of Sunder Armor already on the target. So this is Super Trippy's rune for his gloves. He's stoked about it. He's just DM'd me right now with a screenshot of a thumbs up with Devastate, like printed out on a plaque, and it's posted on his wall next to Shadowmourne with a glowy. How long are you gonna let me keep going?
I weren't gonna speak again if you just carried on all night. I'll be honest with you. The only thing I'm confused about this with Jay, and I'll speak to you, Jay, because yeah, you're really excited about Warrior. Why didn't they just do it so you put the rune in and it changes Sunder to Devastate? Do you know what I mean? Rather than it being like, oh, now you've got Devastate, like, because you're still going to be pressing Sunder Armor. You know, Sunder Armor now deals 100% weapon damage. It should have just been like, it changes Sunder Armor into Devastate, which does blah, 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 blah. I know it's only minor, but just there go like that.
No idea.
Because you're not actually getting Devastate. You know, you're not getting the ability Devastate. Your ability is still Sunder Armor. Good talk. Maybe move on.
Yeah, we got 2 more gloves. I guess they're getting 5 runes each. No, legs. There's
3
only
legs,
3,
5
but there's 5 gloves. Okay.
Yeah, I don't really know why they need 5 sets of gloves, because quick strike they might as well have just left out. But yeah.
All right. So yeah, quick strike, reckless instant melee attack with your 2-handed weapon, dealing some damage, some physical damage. This ability benefits from and triggers all effects associated with heroic strike.
So, I don't think they should have left this out. I think this is for PvP, Scott.
Yeah, it will be for PvP.
Because
I don't care about PvP, so they could have left it out.
you'll be able to queue up a heroic strike and then quick strike to instant hit, which would force the next melee attack. So you're potentially going to get 3 swings of damage. You're going to win Fury people as a warrior.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I'm going to melee you and quick strike and heroic strike all on the same hit.
But does it not?
No, actually,
does it not?
Wouldn't you?
Yeah. Does it not share a cooldown with heroic strike, because it benefits from all the things associated with heroic strike? Is it definitely not a replacement for heroic strike? I just thought it was like a better heroic strike.
See, now I think it's supposed to work with. I don't know. Well, that's one we'll certainly have to have a look at.
Yeah.
And then we've got single-minded fury. While dual wielding, your physical damage and movement speed are increased by 10%. There's some movement
That's
speed
what I'm
in
playing.
there.
I like the movement. I like the movement speed increase straight away.
I'm gonna run people down
nuts.
in PvP with it.
So do you run them down and then swap your gloves after you've gotten in range to charge, and then switch to a different one?
10% physical damage is nothing to be sniffed at. Bearing in mind that the more damage you're dealing, the more rage you're going to get as well.
I think what you mean. I think what Go meant is if you was out of combat and you was running along dual wielding, using a pair of gloves with single-minded fury, so you're catching them, and then you'd switch your gloves and your weapon with a macro. So you'd go 2-handed, and now your gloves with quick strike on, charge, boom. You know, so you could almost use a pair of single-minded fury gloves just as a 10% movement speed out of combat.
Yeah,
you
the gap
absolutely could, but I also want you to go back and do your dual wield animation again, Scott, because that was hilarious.
I don't know what I've done. I was probably doing this. I probably turned into Zach for a minute. I'm not going to lie.
You said, I'm going to walk around with my dual wield.
I'm going to walk around with these 2 weapons that I hold in the palm of my hand, both of them.
Yeah, I mean, I plan on playing purely single-minded fury. Like, just 10% movement speed is always amazing, and 10% physical damage is nothing to sniff at either.
So, which of these are supposed to be the quote-unquote tank gloves? You generate 25% more. It's devastate.
Definitely devastate.
So tanks are sundering.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Because Sunder generates threat too, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm not used to having a warrior tank. Like, it just spaced my mind that Sunder does.
I mean, you say devastate. Like, devastate would ultimately be what tank would use. Is there any other options? I mean, if they was fury, dual wield tanking, if that becomes a thing, single-minded fury, maybe. You never know.
I want a Fury Prot. I think once we outgear Black Fathom Deeps, I don't know how hard it's going to be, but let's presume it's a difficult raid for a minute. Once we outgear it, I completely plan on Fury Prot tanking Black Fathom Deeps.
Yeah, so you'd go single-minded Fury, and I think most of that will unfold as we look at the other runes. So if you start with legs, but work from the bottom up, because that's what's on screen, I'm going to piss myself.
Can we go middle, bottom, top?
We've got Flagellation, chest rune. Gain a 25% bonus to physical damage done for 12 seconds after activating Blood Rage or Berserker Rage. What an insane... I hope this is up on the screen right now, the chest rune, Scott. We've got
it isn't, because he said do legs.
This requires warrior, by the way. It says so on the tooltip. Flagellation.
Describe the tooltip.
It's got yellow text for the equip bonus, and then it's got white text for the name and requirement. And then it's got the little icon next to it. It's like a red glowy one-handed mace with some axe stuff hanging off of it. Yeah.
Good old axe stuff.
Yeah. All right, does it? So wait, he has legs up there? Okay, there's only three of those.
He has legs up, yeah.
All right, we got Furious Thunder. This also requires warrior. Thunderclap now increases the time between attacks by an additional 6% and can be used in any stance. That sounds kind of lackluster, but I mean, I guess you want to have at least one warrior in your raid have that?
Yeah, I imagine it's going to be mandatory for that one warrior who lost the role that week.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. We'll get back to flagellation in a minute.
Okay, all right.
Sorry, carry on. I am back now. I was going to piss myself and I need another beer as well.
We've got legs, number 2, consumed by rage, enrages you and grants you a 25% melee damage bonus for 12 seconds or up to a maximum of 12 swings after you exceed 80 rage.
If that's got no cooldown, that's absolutely disgusting. I just want to put it out there now. And we need to look.
Well, we can tell. Oh, we can't tell. Oh, no, we can tell.
Oh, we can't tell.
It has no cooldown right now.
Like, if that has genuinely got no cooldown when it goes live, that is disgusting. Because that's literally... Oh, shit. I've just done what you've done.
Closed out.
Yeah. Like, you will just pull rage until you're at over 80, and then you will pump.
Yes.
That is really, really OP. What was that? Did someone just did someone do a little sub, did they? Mr. Sully, thanks for the gifted sub, mate. Thank you.
Oh, nice.
I do kind of like the fact that when you go in further, it requires being a mage.
What? But, I mean, so you don't have consumed by rage and then endless rage? So you're generating more rage while you're using your attacks during your consumed by rage?
Single-minded Fury won't do as much, but it will still do similar. It will still generate more rage because you're hitting harder.
Yeah, I mean, just pulling rage till 80, procking, and then big pump. Like, that, if that genuinely has got no internal cooldown, yeah, that's disgusting.
Yeah.
And then the last one, we've got Frenzied Assault. While wielding two-handed weapons, your attack speed is increased by 20%.
For those two-hand enjoyers, that's where you'll go Frenzied Assault and Endless Rage, but I can't imagine you ever not going to pick Consumed by Rage, to be honest.
Well, yeah, if you're thinking level 60, yeah, I'd imagine Thunder Fury is still going to be pretty hot. You're going to want to be dual wielding, aren't you? You're going to want to be going Thunder Fury and something else, and I mean, Consumed by Rage, Single-Minded Fury, crikey, and we ain't even got to the chest runes yet. That's going to be pretty hot.
I tried to.
We did try.
Are we ready for the chest runes?
Yeah.
All right, we've got Flagellation. Requires warrior. Gain a 25% bonus to physical damage done for 12 seconds after activating Blood Rage or Berserker Rage.
Okay, so if you was to now stack this with Consumed by Rage, if they actually stacked, now that's disgusting. Because you got to remember, at level 25, you're only going to have Blood Rage. 1 minute cooldown, 25% bonus to physical damage for 12 seconds every minute. And then once you get Berserker Stance as well, at level 30, and you get Berserker Rage, they don't share a cooldown. Or I don't think they share a cooldown. They, as far as I know, they don't. Now so now you're talking. That's 25% damage for 12 seconds. For 12 seconds, and then boom, next one. It's going to be mental.
Forgetting the other synergy. Blood Rage gives you the rage to get up to 85.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So, I mean, that's mental. If they stack, I mean, Warrior's just going to be pumping like ridiculous amounts.
I did think I saw a meme that they posted that they didn't want to nerf Warriors. They wanted everybody else to be OP, but then they're buffing the fuck out of Warriors. Like,
honestly,
what is this?
I'm genuinely putting money. It's why I've gone Warrior, right? I used to always play Flavor of the Month classes, and I typically did well on them, but I wanted to pump in Season of Discovery. It's why my ally character and the first character I make is going to be a Warrior. I genuinely just think they're going to be the most broken thing in the game.
Yeah. I looking at these, I would agree. It's a disgusting amount of physical, and it makes me laugh. It says bonus to physical damage. It's like, well, that's what they do.
Yeah, what? Their spell reflect? Like what?
Yeah, it is so much bonus damage and like it don't take long to get to 80 rage to get that first 25%. Well, you ain't even got to 80. Like Jay just said, you ain't even got to get to 80. You'll use Blood Rage to take you to 80 when you're on about 60 or 70 or whatever you're going to need to use it on. And then boom, now you got 50%. 50% damage. Oh, no.
I mean, there is an argument that if Quick Strike works how we think it, how I think it's going to work, there is an argument that I do want the combination of Consumed by Rage, Flagellation, and then walk up to someone with a Heroic Strike, Quick Strike queued, and just kabam them.
Sorry, it's Flagellation, or whatever Ghost said it was. It's not whatever you just said, Jay. That sounded ridiculous when you just said it.
Flagellation.
Yeah, that's ridiculous. It's what is it?
Fellatio Gel Lotion.
See?
Lotion.
That's how you say it.
Do I even need to read the other three chests? Is every warrior just going to take that? We've got Blood Frenzy. Each time you deal bleed damage, you gain 3 rage.
Yeah, that'd be good.
Cool.
Good for two-handed enjoyers. You know, rend, deep wounds. Like, you're going to be getting a lot of rage from that. That is actually solid. Like, for a two-handed, arms warrior, you've got enough points at 25 to be able to get, maxed out deep wounds. Good amount of rage. Would you take that over the 25% damage cooldown? Probably not.
All right, we've got Raging Blow, 8-second cooldown. Requires melee weapon. Damn, can't go in there with no weapon. A ferocious strike that deals 100% weapon damage, but can only be used while Enrage, Berserker Rage, or Blood Rage is active.
Yeah, so that's a normal warrior ability in Kata. Is it? I don't think it's in. It's not in Wrath, is it? So it'll be so it's pure Kata, which obviously you enrage from talents. Berserker Rage, I mean, you're still not going to take that over Flagellation because Raging Blow really is. It's only 100% weapon damage. It's pretty much a fucking filler, to be honest with you.
Mm.
You're not going to take that over Flagellation.
The last rune for warrior in the chest is Warbringer. Your charge, intercept, and intervene abilities are now usable while in combat and in any stance, and will all remove movement impairing effects when activated. So the PvP rune, yeah.
Not necessarily. I mean, as a tank as well.
Yeah. The only issue with that is, so I don't think anyone's going to take this at level 25 because you don't have intercept.
But will you?
And Table's making a good point. Is Intervene even in Classic?
No,
Intervene.
player, right?
Intervene is TBC. Intervene is definitely TBC.
Yeah. Like warriors weren't charging around that much in classic.
Yeah, so maybe you are going to have intervene, but that's a really good shout.
So
Maybe.
looking at the effects at the moment, it doesn't include intervene. It just says charge and intercept.
Oh, okay. So this was obviously this is early. Well, this is going by the testing at BlizzCon. So yeah, if we're looking at the actual data mine tooltips now, yeah, I was going to say intervene CBC.
I would predict it's only charge and intercept at the moment, and if that's the case, like you're definitely not going to run it at 25. Maybe in PvP only, but I'll be honest, single-minded Fury Flagellation just sounds better. I'd rather run there quicker.
If I was a tank, I'd go Warbringer.
Oh, I'm going to go Flagellation. I want to hold aggro.
No, I like Warbringer. I like being able to charge in combat.
By the way, I've just put some talents together, and I'm playing single-minded Fury prop. Like, I think it's actually broken.
Yeah, and like Table said, depends on the fight. It's yeah.
Yeah.
I think if I was tanking as a warrior in Season of Discovery, I would use Warbringer more than anything else. Because I'm not going to have threat issues. And yeah, just being able to charge in combat, even if it's just to charge an ad that's on someone, and then that gives the healers a bit of breathing room if I'm on low health. And like, there's a lot of really good situations you can use charge if you could use it in combat. I mean, warriors are looking fucking strong. We've got one class to do, and then we can end this 1 hour podcast.
Well, we got 2.
What? We got 2?
We got Locke and we got
Warlock,
Paladin.
Right?
Oh, Warlock and Paladin, yeah.
Don't tell me you're not excited about one of those.
We're doing.
I'm
actually
excited about both. To be fair, yeah, let's do Warlock next. We'll do Warlock because then I'll just do the Paladin one on my own for 3 or 4 hours, and you boys can go to bed.
Sweet. I do want a sausage patty if I'm quite honest.
I'm gonna have a pizza with vindaloo sauce. I've already made my mind up.
I was gonna order a pizza too because it's only 9:18 here. So
yeah, I'll definitely be having a pizza when this is finished. Do you want to go with Warlock? Well, let's start with gloves again.
Yeah.
Let's start with gloves again. Oh my god, look at Metamorphosis.
Yeah, we've got to start with Metamorphosis, I think. 55% of your base mana. Transforms you into a demon, increasing armor by 500%, reducing the chance you will be critically hit by 6%, making you crit immune, increasing your threat by 100%, increasing mana gained from life tap by 100%, transforming the functionality of some of your abilities and granting some new abilities. Your Searing Pain is now instant. Your Shadow Bolt becomes Shadow Cleave, a shadow melee attack that hits up to 3 nearby enemies, but has a 6-second cooldown. Curse of Recklessness now also taunts your target to attack you for 3 seconds, but gains a 10-second cooldown and range is reduced to melee. Demon Charge. You've got charge an enemy and stun it for 1 second, cannot be used in combat. You've got Demonic Howl, forces all nearby enemies to focus attacks on you for 6 seconds. Like the biggest tank rune, I imagine.
Yeah, so definitely as an Affliction Warlock, you're going to use this.
Which,
if you want a DPS, if you want to do big DPS, you're going to use this as an Affliction Warlock.
Like, compare it to... I don't think any other tank is going to have a AoE fixate, do they? Maybe Warriors later on.
Warriors, challenge and shout, yeah.
But not right now. Like,
no, not 25.
That's quite crazy, actually.
Yeah, but even... Yeah, like they've got a charge. They literally get everything with 1 rune. They completely transform into a demon-looking warrior. They literally get everything that a warrior has got. They've got Cleave. They've got single target with Searing Pain. They've got Curse of Recklessness as a taunt. Obviously, yeah, charge. AoE taunt. Literally 1 rune turns a warlock into a warrior.
Which, I mean, I mentioned it a few times, but this is almost word for word what the Ascension one is.
Oh, yeah, it doesn't surprise me.
And in fairness, in the Ascension one, they're good, or they have been good.
So this doesn't last for like 10, 15 seconds when they hit metamorphosis.
No, it's on
No,
forever.
It's permanent.
It's just it's on there, and they're just in their demon form for.
Interestingly, it being gloves, you could have this at level 2.
Well, I'd imagine. I'd imagine you do choose. I'm still not 100% sure, but I think you're going to choose between these glove runes at level 2. Because if you think about all of the other classes that we've looked at, you're like basically choosing: do you want to be a tank? Do you want to be a healer? Do you want to be a DPS? Do you want to, like that? It's almost like your choice at level 2 is which glove rune do you want. This is going to decide what you're going to be.
Yeah.
But let's say you didn't choose that. Yeah.
Yep, we've also got Shadow Bolt Volley. Your Shadow Bolt now strikes up to 5 targets within a chain distance of 10 yards, but for 20 reduced damage. Still sounds like a decent AoE.
Oh, yeah, but would you want... So that makes leveling a little bit dangerous. You got to be very careful what you're doing. You know, like... It's not hardcore. I don't know. It doesn't really matter. Yeah.
I don't think that's the one you would take for leveling anyway.
No, it's certainly not what I would take. But it's a cool talent. Well, let's get all of them in perspective first. So go on, what's the next one? Go.
I know Chaos Bolt is always something I'm scared of facing Warlocks in PvP, and it used to do a lot of damage. And in this one, it sends a bolt of chaotic fire at the enemy, dealing fire damage. Chaos Bolt always hits, cannot be resisted, and its knowledge causes all your fire spells to pierce through absorption effects.
Yeah, standard Chaos
cooldown.
Bolt. Fucking, it will hit like a truck.
It's buffed Chaos Bolt.
I didn't know that it always hits, and like even in PvP, like it sounds
Yeah,
like
it
goes
cannot-
through
it
spell
cannot
plan and
miss.
all that.
Yeah, it's
That's-
a big Chaos Bolt.
That's crazy. 2.5 second cast time though.
Oh yeah, it's long.
I gotta throw that in there. Yeah.
It's interesting that the knowledge of having it also causes all of your fire spells to pierce, which isn't something that normally happens with Chaos Bolt.
Cannot be resisted, and its knowledge causes your fire spells to pierce through absorption. Oh, cause them to pierce for absorption effects. Yeah,
So say again.
absorption effects. So yeah,
So if something
yeah,
has a
but
shield
that's
on
only
it, it has what?
it'll only go through a bubble. Yeah, but it'd go through like a priest bubble or something. It don't mean it'll always hit. It's not making you
It actually
hit
says
cap.
Chaos Bolt also always hits.
Yeah, Chaos Bolt always hits and cannot be resisted.
Not all the other
But
fire
it's
spells.
but it's knowledge.
Yeah, I'm just talking about PvP. I don't care about your nonsense hit caps.
Yeah, no, but this is for PvP. It's knowledge. It's knowledge of using it means basically if I was a priest and you was dueling me as a warlock, and your immolate will always hit me even if I've got power word shield on.
That's crazy.
Yeah, it's fucking mental. That's what I'm trying to get across to you. It's a PvP talent. Like, that's mental.
Why are you agreeing with me?
Because I like agreeing with you occasionally. I like to break the meta.
I just want to say I set you up for the PvP aspect of that at the start. You're welcome.
Thanks, man.
And then we've got Haunt, the 4th glove rune. And it is a 12-second cooldown. Unleash a ghostly soul on an enemy, dealing, I'm assuming, shadow damage. And increasing all shadow damage over time you deal to that target by 20%. When your haunt ends or is dispelled, you will be healed for all the damage it dealt to your target. I never knew the healing part of that one, but
Yeah. But I'm pretty sure if you look it up, Jay, while we're talking, I think it don't. That's not how it normally works. It normally heals you for 20% of the damage dealt. Yeah, in Wrath, I'm pretty sure Haunt heals you for 20% of the damage dealt, whereas this is healing you for all of the damage dealt to the target. And sorry, Pain Sponge, just to address your comment, that's why I pinned it on the screen. Obviously, you can't synergize Metamorphosis and Shadow Bolt Volley, unfortunately. If that was what you meant. Oh, it does. It does heal you for all.
It's the Wrath of the Lich King version. It just has a slightly longer cooldown. In Wrath, it's an 8-second cooldown. On the rune, it's 12.
Oh, okay. I thought it healed you for like 20% of the. Hang on. Shadow damage over the time was 20%. Yeah, I didn't realise it healed you for all of the damage dealt over that time. I always thought it was like 20% of it healed you as well.
Heal so damn much.
Yeah, but
So
that's a shitload while you're leveling, isn't it?
Yeah, so you haunt them. It lasts 12 seconds. By the time you've killed that, all the damage you've done to that mob is going to heal you. You life tap before the mob dies, and then it pops you back up to 100% HP.
Yeah. So that's going to be pretty disgusting. Does it refresh the corruption duration? No, because that's a talent. And it's Shadow Bolt and Haunt refreshes the duration of corruption.
Just wait.
Oh, okay. So that may be coming. Spoiler.
Should I wait for the chest or the legs?
I think go chest next.
Go chest next. Okay, perfect.
We'll go chest next.
We got Lake of Fire. Rain of Fire also leaves a Lake of Fire. Oh, Rain of Fire also leaves a Lake of Fire on you. Oh, fuck me. Let me try this again.
Just compose yourself. There's no rush. Go. Like no one's waiting for you. No one's got a pizza. Cheers, mate. Yeah, down it like a man. Go.
Cheers. It's a seltzer. I can't chug it.
You chugged it well enough. It's fine.
Yeah. We got Lake of Fire. Rain of Fire also leaves a Lake of Fire on the ground that increases all fire damage you deal and your demon pet deals to affected enemies by 40% for 15 seconds. I like that.
Okay.
That sounds good.
Yeah. Big AoE.
Mm-hmm. Master Channeler. Your drain life is no longer channeled. Last 15 seconds with a 15-second cooldown. Cost 100% more mana and heals you for 50% more each time it deals damage.
Okay, so tank.
Which is crazy. Also, I don't think this is a tank one.
No? Your drain life is no longer channeled. Lasts 15 seconds and there's a 15 seconds. So it's on the target all the time. It costs more mana, but heals you for 50% more each time it deals damage. That's 100% a tank one.
Like Table's saying, I think a lot of them are going to run Lake of Fire.
For threat, yeah. But for survivability, Master Channeler. Because that synergizes really well. So it costs 100% more mana, but then if you go down to Metamorphosis, increase the mana you gain from life tap. So you'll be trading your mana. You'll be life tapping, which is going to so increases mana gain. So you're going to gain more mana, but then that's going to but then Master Channeler is going to cost more mana. I mean, well, even if it doesn't work out to be the tanking talent, that's absolutely what it's meant to be.
I think it will be a very strong PvP talent linked with something else.
Okay, all right. Well, let's work through them all, and then we can discuss.
All right, we've got Soul Siphon. Increases the amount drained by your Drain Life and Drain Soul spells by an additional 6% for each of your Warlock Shadow effects afflicting the target, up to a maximum of 18% additional effect. So 3. They could have just said up to 3.
So like Corruption, Agony, like that. That is just
Corruption, Agony, Haunt.
Yeah, standard like future talent.
Yeah. And the last one, we have Demonic Tactics. Increases the melee and spell critical strike chance of you and your pet by 10%. That's fucking huge. And I gotta pee. Yes. You guys discuss.
That is a lot of crit. All right. Do we want to cover the legs and then give it a full-on overview first? All right. Do you want to read it or shall I?
As Go just disappeared. I'll read it.
Unless
you want to do some reading. I know you've been working on reading.
I'll be honest. He's pissed himself and come back.
I thought that was a good place to leave you guys for discussion. I can read through the legs really quick. It's going to be really fucking fast.
Is someone in the toilet or something? What are you? Well, just go. Just leave. It's fine. We can live without you for a minute.
All right. You got the legs. You guys can read. Everlasting Affliction, Incarnate, Demonic Gracie.
Gracky.
Demonic Paked. Okay.
Paked. Demonic Paked. I reckon we'll live without him.
Why he felt he had to rush back to talk to us rather than peeing.
I reckon he ran out there and his missus was there and he was like, "Fuck this! I'm going back to the boys. I'm about to get told off."
Yeah, I mean, Everlasting Affliction is the one I'm really excited about. So, Drain Life, Drain Soul, Shadow Bolt, Shadow Cleave, Searing Pain, Incinerate, and Haunt refresh the duration of your corruption on the target back to its maximum duration. So, you've got your Haunt and Corruption interaction there, which we've seen. Well, I mean, we've seen in loads of expansions. You've got Shadow Bolt and Corruption, Shadow Cleave and Corruption. So, Metamorphosis tanks, you're going to be able to keep Corruption on multiple targets because Shadow Cleave hits 3 targets. Obviously, for Warlocks, you then have Shadow Bolt Volley potentially, so like a Destro or Affliction Warlock using like Shadow spells. You've got Shadow Bolt Volley, so you put Corruption on 5 targets, then maintain it with Bolt. You also have Master Channeler and Everlasting Affliction, which is, I think, going to be crazy in PvP because you can put Corruption on a target, then put a non-channeled dot effect of Drain Life on the target, and each tick of Drain Life will refresh the Corruption.
Yeah, that would be pretty sick.
You have so many synergies there with this rune, which is why I'm like super excited about it.
Well, you've got so many synergies between all of them. You know, when you've just broke it down like that, there's
a lot of it does come down to that, right?
Yeah. That's sick. All right, Incinerate. Incinerate.
Burn your enemy for fire damage, increasing all fire damage you deal by 25% for the next 15 seconds, which is just kind of crazy because, one, it synergizes with itself. So it's going to increase the damage of your next Incinerate because more fire damage. And then you pair that with like Lake of Fire, where you've already buffed the fire damage the mob's taken by 40%. Then you're doing an extra 25% on this. And then you hit people with a Chaos Bolt, you're just going to hit people for billions.
People are going to fall over.
Yeah. Or bosses. I genuinely think you're not going to use that combo on a boss fight because you'll just pull aggro.
Yeah.
So I hadn't actually seen Demonic Grace. Demonic Grace, surge with Fel Energy, increasing your pets and your own dodge chance by 30%, and your chance to critically strike with all attacks by 30%, lasting 6 seconds on a 20-second cooldown, which is going to be like every mob pack.
Yeah, big tank cooldown, and yeah, it's very. What was the monk brew that gave dodge? Not Tiger's Eye brew. That was Windwalker. You know the one I mean. No, the Brewmaster. Dodge, because that lasted like 6 seconds, and it would probably take 20 seconds to build up before you could actually use it. Elusive brew. It was elusive. Elusive brew. Thank you. It's probably similar to that, apart from you getting some crit as well.
The final leg one, which I'm not happy is in to be honest, is Demonic Pact. Your pet's critical strikes apply the Demonic Pact effect to your party members for 45 seconds. Demonic Pact increases your spell damage and healing by 10% of your spell damage or your level divided by 2, whichever is higher.
Yeah.
Which just means that, like, in a
you're always going to want one.
Yeah, basically. Like,
it's a must.
And you're going to want to... Like, it's personal this time, which it looks personal anyway. Which is based on your individual spell power rather than the Demonology Warlock spell damage. So you don't have to give them any gear, which is nice.
Yeah, because it's party members, not raid members.
Oh yeah, people are going to be fighting for that spot.
Yeah. Give me that Warlock Demonic Pact group, please.
Yeah, this is why I think a lot of this will change to raid wide. I don't like everything we've looked at where it don't make sense to be party only. It's got to change.
But level divided by 2, so at 12.5, so it's going to round up to 13 spell power.
That's
a lot.
A lot.
Yeah, that is a lot.
It's capped at 13. Like
no.
It's whatever's higher.
It's minimum of 13.
Minimum of 13.
Yeah, it's whatever's higher.
Your spell damage, whatever's higher.
But at 25, your level will be higher. Because I mean, even when you look at like the big fucking engineering goggles, which are going to be a nightmare to even try and get at 25, I'm sure they've only got something like 21 spell damage on.
Yeah. So you're not going to have over 130, probably.
No,
at least for a while.
Just having an extra 13 is kind of mad.
Yeah, it's mental. Yeah, it's literally like having 3 or 4 items worth of spell damage gear on. You know, it's that
it's
big.
going to be mandatory.
I mean, the thing is it's not going to also help your healers like it does in Wrath right now because it's spell damage and it's not spell damage and healing.
No, it is.
I thought it was separate for
Demonic Pact increases spell damage and healing by 10% of your spell damage. Or level
separate line. Sorry. So
it doesn't scale with spell healing, but it does affect spell healing.
Okay, yeah.
Which seems weird. It seems like an oversight.
Yeah, but that's still, again, we're going to have like 8 demo packed warlocks as a must in Season of Discovery. Like they will be. You're gonna. Well, you might want multiple if it ended up going live as only party.
Yeah.
Which that's why it's got to be raid word.
Thanks for the follow.
Yeah, thanks. Are you just calling me out because I'm paying no attention? Cheers for the follow, mate. Cheers for the follow, mate.
I'm almost going to say that, like, the tank warlock setup is going to be Metamorphosis, Demonic Pact, and Demonic Tactic.
For me, if I was
warlock tank brings it.
If I was tank, so me personally, if I was tank, I would go obviously Metamorphosis. On a fight where like it's a heavy tank damage fight, I'd go Demonic Grace. On a fight where I didn't need Demonic Grace, I'd go Demonic Pact, and then I'd take that buff. And then I would go. Well, I'd go Master Channeler. That would be exactly what I've done.
10%, well, no. So, like, you're going to need Demonic Tactics if you go Demonic Pact.
Why?
For the crit. Because your pet's crit chance is going to be so low.
Oh, yeah, but it lasts 45 seconds. You'd hope it'd crit once in 45 seconds.
Yeah, but you don't want it to crit 30 seconds into a fight, are you? You're going to want it to crit ASAP so you get the buff up.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, well then I wouldn't go Demonic Pact. I mean, if it revolved around taking that 10% crit, like, no, I'd go Master Channeler. Like me, I definitely would go Master Channeler, Demonic Pact, and Metamorphosis. And if it was a really tank heavy fight, I'd go Metamorphosis, Demonic Grace, and and Master Channeler still. Obviously, we don't know yet. Like, that's without playing, that's what I'd do. Yeah, that 10% crit. Yes, all right, it's going to put it up a little bit quicker. Or luck-wise. It's still luck-wise. You could run Demonic Tactics, and I don't, and I could still get the buff up quicker than you. It's still luck.
Every 6th fight, though.
Well, once every 1 out of 10, you would have thought.
Let's have a look. How long? What's your crit going to look like at level 25 as a warlock?
For me, it was maybe 7% as a balanced druid, and that's just like getting crit from intellect because there's not really any 1% crit gear at 25. So unless they add in crit gear,
I'm looking now. I'm going to literally throw together a set real quick.
There might be some talents for locks that give you some crit percentage, but I'm sure it's under 20. Without the 10%, like it's probably a 10% or below without the 10% demonic tactics rune.
But is intellect not going to give you some crit in classic on the basis of what they're doing with? Yeah,
it's very minor though.
Yeah, but is it like what are they going to do with stat scaling? Because we're getting a little bit of hit from some of this stuff that we've looked at tonight when we was doing the news section. Like, are we actually going to get some inflated stats in some way, shape, or form? Again, I don't know, but it would kind of make sense. It's going to be impossible to be hit cap
on that chest. Yeah, like 14 strength on that chest that's crafted. That's a lot of strength. There's no piece that has 14 intellect on it.
No.
Yeah, there is.
What?
Black velvet robes? Is that 10 or 12 or 14? It's one of them. It's one of those 4 things.
10 or 12 or 14? What's that?
Maybe it doesn't have
4. Yeah, I can't think of any really high intellect pieces. Not to that extent.
Yeah.
Should we finish this last class so I can go and make a pizza?
We got paladins, yeah?
Oh, this will be fun.
So we're leaving Scott to do this one, right?
No.
Yeah.
Big Go's going to read it. We'll start with the gloves.
We'll start with the gloves. Let me find it here.
There's only 3, and they're very, very simple. Like, yeah, Paladin just does itself anyway. There's not even a lot to worry about. It's not going to be an hour of Paladin. It'll be we'll get through Paladin pretty quick. There's not actually, when we break down Paladin compared to some of the other classes we've looked at, it's got far less customization options than anyone else. Actually, it's probably on par with Druid.
All right, buckle up for a 3-hour of Paladin discussion. Here we go. We've got the gloves, Beacon of Light. We all love Beacon of Light. We all know what it does. The target becomes a beacon of light to all members of your party or raid within a 60-yard radius.
Raid wide.
Any heals you cast on party or raid members will also heal the beacon for 100% of the amount healed. Only one target can be the beacon of light at a time. Lasts for 1 minute.
Yep, that's what it does, and that's very, very good for a Holy Paladin.
Yeah. Glove rune number 1. Having that,
I'm raiding if we get there.
having that at level 2 to buff your warrior that you're going to be running with and leveling up with.
Yep, I'll have beacon on Jay, and I'll be healing anyone. Well, me, just me. I'll just be spam healing me, and Jay will be fine.
Victory Rush.
We've got Crusader Strike, an instant strike that causes 75% weapon damage and regenerates 2% of your maximum mana on a 4-second cooldown.
Getting mana back, obviously, that's nice. 2% max mana as well. But yeah, I mean, it's Crusader Strike.
Instead of base mana, yeah.
Yeah, it's just it's not that interesting.
And then we've got Hand of Reckoning, the last glove rune. Taunts the target to attack you, but has no effect if the target is already attacking you. 10-second cooldown. While you know this ability, the threat bonus from Righteous Fury is increased to 80%, and Righteous Fury causes you to gain mana when healed by others equal to 25% of the amount healed. Additionally, while Righteous Fury is active, damage which takes you below 35% health is reduced by 20%. Righteous Fury will remain active until cancelled.
So all of the good bits from Wrath Prot Pally, all in one rune. Literally, spiritual attunement, like less damage, bloody. And the interesting thing though is the increased threat on Righteous Fury, which if that turns out to be enough, you don't even need to go prop. Which we'll get to soon.
You just go ret?
No, you just go holy.
Wait, what?
And get consecration.
A holy pally tank?
A holy pally tank.
You've broken my brain. What are we doing next? Are we doing chest or are we doing legs? Because I'm curious. Holy pally tank.
I'd still go a ret pally tank, quite honestly, but holy pally, because I just want raw output, single target, and be like, fuck it, like as long as I can hold out. I'd be like the Fury prop warrior, but I'd be like the ret tank. For AoE, AoE, absolutely consecration. But no, single target, I'd go ret tanking.
Does anyone want to take a guess on how much crit a level 25 Warlock's going to have in full bis?
12%.
Go, any guesses?
Just on gear? Like, did you put enchants on there too? Or like, did you
I haven't put
calculate talents?
In fairness, I haven't put.
You put talents in there? Or like.
I haven't also put talent. Okay, well, come back to me.
Well, Kohu said 8%. All right, yeah. We'll carry on.
Less than 10, yeah.
All right, so gloves. Gloves are fairly simple. If you're going holy, you go Beacon of Light. Yeah, ret, Crusader Strike, Hand of Reckoning tank. Do you want to go chest?
I was looking at legs, but
legs. Go on, legs.
Because there's 5 legs.
Yeah, and legs are very easy.
We've got Divine Sack, DSAC 27. 30% of all damage taken by party members within 30 yards is redirected to the paladin for 10 seconds. Damage which reduces the paladin below 20% health will break the effect and grant the paladin 10% increased damage and healing done for 10 seconds on a 2-minute cooldown.
Yeah, so the good thing about this is, yes, you're going to be reduced to practically near death, but then you're going to do a nice raid cooldown. Well, it's a party cooldown, not a raid cooldown, so technically you're going to want a paladin in each group with DSAC. But then you're going to get 10% damage or 10% healing, depending on whether you're holy or you're ret. Or you're not going to use it as a tank. You could use it as a tank, but you're not gonna. Well, you'll see why you're not gonna use it as a tank soon. But you're not gonna be reduced to less than 20% health. So you're not gonna be reduced below that because you're gonna be being spammed healed because you're a tank. So you're not actually you're not gonna get the full benefit of the talent of the rune, which makes it kind of. You want both parts of it, don't you?
So you're gonna want to have. What is that stuff called? The demonic runes. So you're taking damage as a healer. It's going to give you mana back. So you kind of like let yourself lose some health, and then you pop a demonic rune, get below 20%, and then you have 10% extra healing.
Yeah, potentially that could work.
All right, we've got Inspiration Exemplar. Your inspiring presence periodically dispels fear and sheep effects on nearby party members. That sounds pretty PvP busted.
It didn't say sheep.
It did not say sheep. I was testing you, and you've got a keen eye, sir. It says sleep effects. Which has nothing to do with PvP. It's a shit PvP glove rune, or leg rune.
I was testing you, sir, and you passed.
You get a gold star.
I've actually put talents in now, just quickly to get off this shit spec and go back to a decent one.
Okay.
You'll have about 7%, less than 7% crit.
Yeah, that looks the same as what I came up with for Boomy. Yeah, so then you have 7%, add 10% to that.
That's at least 15%.
Yeah, you add those together, and we're talking 1 out of 8 numbers is going to crit. Yeah, you're over doubling your crit percent. So like you're going to apply your demonic pact over twice as fast as other warlocks that don't have it.
Yeah, people without it are just griefing. Anyway, paladin.
Yeah. So exemplar. Okay, so tremor aura, great. Yeah. Well, it's not it's not even an aura. You're just a tremor human. Like, that's great. Yeah, do you know what I mean? You just walk around as a tremor totem. That's fucking sick.
And then we've got Avenger Shield. Hurls a holy shield at the enemy, dealing a bunch of different stuff. Holy damage, dazing them, and then jumping to additional nearby enemies. Affects 3 total targets, lasts 10 seconds on a 30-second cooldown.
I still stand by it. The only thing that annoys me is it don't silence. I'd love the silence portion of the talent actually rolled into this. Just would have been nice. Because when you're like, it's quite counterproductive. When you're throwing a shield on a pole at like some trash, and it slows them. Like they're moving. You're throwing your shield. You're throwing your shield, and you've got big threat on them, and now they're moving to you slowly. It's like, well, no, I want to throw my shield at them and fucking get to me. Like, I want you at me, stand inside me. I want all 3 of you. I want all 3 of you inside me while I'm hitting. Yeah.
And we need to clip just that part. I want all 3 of you inside me. Somebody do it now. DM me on Discord with it. Thank you.
But whereas a silence would make sense. So if there was like a melee and 2 casters, or a caster and a couple of melee, whatever, you would throw your shield, it silences them, they all come to you together. Like, it's a shame that it's the daze effect. I've never liked the daze effect. I want everyone inside me.
Yeah, we need to clip the I want never mind. Clip the whole thing, rearrange it all. I've had Avenger Shield hit on me and PvP too, and it's very annoying, just the daze aspect of it. So like if it silenced me in PvP too, like that would suck.
Yeah, that's why we need
seconds. Yeah.
I just want to throw it at you all the time. Anytime I see you.
Meet me at Ashenville with your Avenger Shield.
Yeah.
All right, we've got Exorcist. Exorcism can now be cast on any target and has a 100% increased critical strike chance against undead and demons. Are there any undead or demons in Black Fathom Deeps or like?
Yeah, there's some satire, isn't there? They're classed as undead.
Oh yeah.
Satire.
Satire? Barely know her.
Satyrs.
Satyrs, satires, I don't know.
Satyr.
Whatever they are. Satyr? Yeah, well, yeah. Well, there's some of them, yeah. But yeah, that just like gives you another button to press as Ret. I don't really see, outside of you going rebuke, so you've got an interrupt, which we're going to talk about next. If you don't physically need to interrupt, which I would hope as a Ret Paladin you don't, you go in Exorcist. Because it doesn't even matter about the undead bit, it's the fact that you can actually use Exorcism.
Would you not just run DSAC?
No, absolutely not. I'll be honest with you, if the DSAC rune literally was traded to me, I'd decline the trade.
Yeah, but it's a damage increase.
Yeah, but if you drop below 20% health, it's potentially. Exactly.
Yeah, well, if you stood in X mechanic that damaged you,
then I'll die, and it's a big damage decrease. Yeah, no.
It's either all or nothing, isn't it?
Yeah, I'd go. I think 90% of the time you'd be Exorcist as a Ret. 5% of the time you might be, if you was needed to interrupt, you'd be Rebuke, which I'll just cover Rebuke because I've mentioned it now. It's just an interrupt. And then the other 5% of the time, you'd be DSAC. But even Exemplar, basically your legs are, other than the fact of Exorcist being a DPS increase as Ret, all of the other options are utility. Do you want to dispel fear and sleep? Do you want to provide a damage reduction to everyone and maybe a damage increase to yourself? Or do you want to be able to interrupt? Like, I don't want to do anything other than DPS, so I want Exorcist.
I reckon I can convince you to take Divine Sack. It's basically Touch of Karma.
Yeah, it is. It's not far off. But Exorcist, though, like 10% damage over, for 10 seconds, and you're only going to use it once per fight because it's a 2-minute cooldown. I can't imagine fights are going to last very long in Season of Discovery. I reckon Exorcist would probably still work out as higher damage over the course of a fight.
And yeah, Andrew, it's undead and demons, which Satyr should be demons, right?
Yeah, they're demons. Yeah.
Yeah, so they're not undead, but they're demons. And then the last one you briefly touched on, we got Rebuke, we got Rebukake.
Rebukake.
Yep.
Interrupts spell casting and prevents any spell in that school from being cast for 2 seconds. Not that long, but it's a 10-second cooldown.
I've already done that one, so while I go for a piss, start from the top on chest. You're on Seal of Martyrdom.
Chest, Seal of Martyrdom. 4% base mana, like huge mana cost here. Fills you with Holy Spirit for 30 seconds, causing each of your melee attacks to deal 30% weapon damage on up to 3 nearby targets, but you lose health equal to 2% of the damage inflicted. Why didn't they make it all 3s? While this seal is active, your party members within 40 yards each gain mana equal to 2% of all damage you take. Unleashing this seal's energy will judge an enemy, instantly causing 70% weapon damage at the cost of health equal to 2% of the damage inflicted. And all I get from this is 2% of all damage you take, like mana. Like, I want a paladin to have this so I can take some mana as a boomy.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how it compares, but I imagine if you're losing health to do it, it's got to compare pretty well. And to give that much mana away is going to be awesome.
Yeah.
Pallies might actually be useful for once.
Yeah, we might actually have a pally in our raid in Season of Discovery.
And not griefed.
And Adam, thank you, bro. Thank you. We've got...
What's sad is, Seal of Martyrdom's crazy for mana, right? And then you've just removed the ability to give it to Hordes because they can't have pallies. And they haven't got anything similar.
Ooh. Interesting. Yeah. Because we've got, like, this is the last class, and yeah, nothing like this has been there for Shaman.
And also, fuck that shit. I'm going Divine Storm. So, at the same time, if you raid with me, Alliance haven't even got the option of getting mana back.
Brilliant.
But yeah, Divine Storm, an instant weapon attack that causes 110% of weapon damage to up to 4 enemies within 8 yards. The Divine Storm heals up to 3 party or raid members, totaling 25% of the damage caused. 10-second cooldown. And then we've got Horn of Lardaron, Lordarion.
Lord Arion.
20-second cooldown. The Paladin blows the Horn of Lordarion.
I want the Paladin to blow my horn of Lord Arion.
Which increases total strength and agility of all party members within 30 yards by 6. And it lasts for 2 minutes, exclusive with Blessing of Might. Nothing on that one either. All right, we got.
Well,
Aegis.
yeah, I've got something. I've got something.
Okay.
I've got something on that. So, does that mean Shaman is getting the Wrath Strength of Earth totem?
Why not?
That was really
Not
to you
really.
two. That means that was aimed at both of you. By the way, there's no one else here. So when I ask a question, it's normally aimed at you two, and that's where you are.
Shaman. Yeah, I hope the shaman
Not
in the
currently.
group, the call, would have answered.
Well, who else is bringing the equivalent buff on the Horde? Because the Horde. Correct me if I'm wrong, but Strength of Earth for shamans in Classic era is just Strength.
Pause.
You just have Strength, and you just have your Air totem, which is agility. You have like Grace of Air, don't you? So it's
you would
2
have to run
totems.
both totems.
Yeah. So
So once again, paladins can do what chamois can do, but better.
yeah. But can they? Like, I feel like that might change, and they might get the better Strength of Earth totem.
Well, you wouldn't have to totem weave then.
And voice, absolutely, yeah. You would love to take Seal of Martyrdom, if you didn't need Aegis. Like that's what it's going to come down to. For a survival fight, you're going to go Aegis, which we haven't got to yet. But for a survival fight, you'd run Aegis. For somewhere where you're not really at risk of dying, or it's a spell casting boss, or something that's not maybe fast hitting melee boss, you'd then run Seal of Martyrdom. But if it was something that was quite fast hitting and you're relying on block, take Algalon in Wrath as an example. You would not pass up on the block value and everything, from Aegis, especially if you was crit immune. Because then Redoubt obviously comes into play as well. This is why I'm like can't wait for Paladin, because there's just so many different things that you can consider. But still, yeah, Horn of Lordaeron giving strength and agility. I don't know. I feel like Horde are going to get that from that same buff from a single source, or they should.
Probably from Shaman somehow.
As a healer, Holy would run Horn of Lordaeron, 100%. No doubt. There's absolutely no other choice. You would run Horn of Lordaeron. So every Holy Pally will be bringing that buff. There's one more, though, apparently, called Aegis. Go, when you're ready.
Yeah, Aegis. Yeah, we didn't talk about this at all yet. Nobody has any idea what it does or anything. It increases your block value by 30% and damaging melee and ranged attacks against you. Have a 10% chance to increase your chance to block by 30%. Last 10 seconds or 5 blocks. Effect cannot cumulate with...
Cumulate?
That's what it says.
Cumulate.
It says effect not cumulative. Sorry, with
cumulative. Yeah, so it's just a proper version of Redoubt. Redoubt relies on you not being crit immune. So if you are crit immune, then obviously you absolutely need Aegis. But even if you're not crit immune, you still need Aegis, because you can't you're still going to be hit far more than your crit. So Aegis is still going to have much more uptime. They just don't
both,
stack,
right?
Yeah, you'd run both. You'd run both. Yeah, and if you was crit immune, if you was crit immune, you'd run Imp Devourer. That's it. If you're not crit immune, you run both. If you are crit immune, you just run Imp Devourer. Like, there's not really a lot to think about there.
So we did have a super chat while you were away, Scott, and I think it's some spec choices here. So for Holy, Horn of Lordaeron, Beacon, DSAC / Tremor, and then we've got Ret, Divine Storm, Crusader Strike, Exorcist. And then we've got Prot, Seal of the Martyr, Avenger's Shield, and Hand of Wreck. Yeah,
the only thing I would change there is, as I say, for a high, I agree with Adam 100%. The only thing I would change is if it was a hard-hitting physical boss, I would go Aegis instead of Martyrdom. That's it. But yeah, you could probably almost say 80% of the fights you'll be using Martyrdom. And then, yeah, for fights where you really know you're going to get slapped, you'd run Aegis. And then if we're talking then high level where you're never going to, when I say high level, as in like 60 in defense gear with, the actual defense cap, which is without gear changes quite a struggle to get to, especially early on at 60. You'd probably run Aegis. Well, you would. You'd run Aegis and you'd drop. But you can't drop Redoubt. You've still got to run it no matter what. I'm not looking at a talent calculator, but I'm just thinking, coming off of Redoubt, you get the block value of your shield. So no matter what happens, I'm pretty sure no matter what happens, you have to take Redoubt anyway. That's a bit
damage
shit.
Absorbed by shield.
Yeah, so essentially block value. Yeah, so no matter what happens, you need to take it. So you're just never going to even aim at crit immunity as a fucking prot paladin. There's no point. You'd run both. On hard hitting, and if it's not hard hitting, you'd run Martyrdom.
All right, well, that's all the classes, all the runes.
We did it!
Everything. If you missed one of the classes you were interested in listening to, there's 3 episodes now of episode 1. Three parts of episode 1.
Well, no, there's 2. This is episode 2, technically. This is kind of.
We're doing episode 2? Okay.
No, I said kind of. Not definitely episode 2.
Asterisk.
Yeah. Like we had episode 1, part 1 and 2. This is sort of episode 2 because we done the news first, and then we just covered the last few classes. So,
if any news has dropped in the last 4 hours of this 1 hour podcast, let us know now, and we'll take a look at it. I just checked; I didn't see any brand spanking new news. But
why are you trying to drag this out more? No, can we just leave? I want to go and eat.
No. we need more to talk about. It's only 4 hours.
No, there's definitely nothing to talk about unless you want to talk about a memory leak issue for DirectX 11 and Mac users in patch 10.2, and the solution's coming next week. Should we leave that?
Patch 10.2.
Nah. I think we should talk about it.
No, I think we're going to leave it there. So, everybody, thank you for the super chats. Thank you for anyone who subbed or gifted subs or even followed over on Kick. I appreciate you. Thank you. Jay and Go's YouTube channels, and I'll probably put Go's Kick in there as well. Yeah, why not?
Yeah.
So we'll get Go's Kick put in the description as well. If you've got any questions, I'm gonna sit. I've got like a full beer. I just opened it.
Same.
So we'll sit here and we can talk shit for 5 minutes. And if any of you want to super chat some questions, then feel free and we'll ask. If you ask normal questions about super chats, I mean, get a job. Do you know what I mean?
Jeez.
Like, just get a job so you can afford to super chat to us.
Jesus.
I love how Go, like, mine is sarcasm when I say stuff like that, by the way, but Go's like, oh my God.
What did you say?
Shit.
We're getting canceled. We only lasted 2 seasons.
Well, not even 2 seasons. I mean, although this one episode has felt like 2 seasons. I'm not going to lie.
It really feels like 3 episodes in 1 week. It hasn't even been a full week. It's been like, 4 days. And it's just, gosh. We've been here for so long.
Yeah, but we've covered a lot. I mean, we're at least up to date.
A lot.
Yeah, and we're up to date now, aren't we? We can now just wait till next week to do an episode, and we can start doing weekly episodes like we're meant to do. It's just like there's been so much shit to talk about that We've had to do 9 hours of it, you know.
What are we doing next week? I think you said, like, are we doing Kata next week? Or are we doing?
Oh no, it'll all be
there's
Season
nothing
of
to do
Discovery.
with Wrath. Season of Discovery next week.
This podcast is a Season of Discovery podcast. We will not talk about anything else. But me and Jay are going to start a Kata podcast. Which nice. I reckon you might get invited to if we need someone to even the kills. If we need someone to come in and shit on Kata.
Tell you how crappy of an expansion it is. I'd be glad to voice my opinions on that.
But no, I think there's going to be a lot to talk about here. Like we can do a weekly episode of Season of Discovery.
I have a question for you two. Then I'm not going to super chat because you can bite me, but I have a question for you.
Well,
two.
we might not answer it. See you, mate.
All right, Scotty. Yeah, without him here, what a great guest he was. But
I feel like he just ruined it right at the end with that last sentence.
Yeah, what a sour taste in my mouth.
What is the favorite thing you're looking forward to with Season of Discovery that we know so far?
Oh, I was going to say, I want everything that everyone speculated about to just be completely false. And they've reworked everything, and it's all brand new from what we've already looked at. And tooltips are changed, like item names, item stats, all of that. Like boss mechanics in the alpha is all changed. I want it to be like completely fucking new.
Okay, so Go's wishing for something that doesn't exist.
So mine would be, I hope that it launches and we're all sat here and we're hyped as fuck and we're on Discord and we're like, ready boys, let's go, create your characters. We get to 2. No rune quest. We get to 5. No rune quest. We get to 10. No rune quest. We get to 26. Hang on, how am I 26? It turns out it's literally just season mastery again, fresh, and there's nothing.
They forgot to turn off XP and we just get to 26.
It would just be hilarious if I was like, we just said all that stuff at BlizzCon just to try and get some subs. Like, we're not actually doing it. I mean, that's a lot of work. That's why there's no PTR or beta. Yeah, we decided on the 29th of November, this ain't for you. So we just done Season of Mastery Season 2. Enjoy.
I mean, it goes to the meme, but purple pixels feels really good. So I'm really looking forward to having full epics at level 25. And then they extend the level band to 40, and then I just go out into the open world. Yeah, they've increased the health and damage of the mobs, but they've tuned it to where if you don't have those epics because you're leveling fresh, you can still do it. So I'm still going to fucking smash my way from 25 to 40, because I think 40 is where the real game for me begins as a balance druid.
Yeah, no, I agree. Like, is it not full epic, but yeah, having a couple of purple items at level 25 will be pretty cool. And then you're absolutely blasting to 40, and then when you do an ult, it just feels painful because you're in greens with fuck all.
Is it Hangman's Ring or something? The one from Scarlet Monastery?
I thought it was an ice ring. Like an epic?
There's the frozen band or whatever it is, but that's a lot higher. That's from, you get that in like BRD trash, primarily, is where it comes from. You're talking about the one that's got a chance of doing Frost Nova, aren't you? From Library Last Boss.
Yes.
What is that called? Dead Man's Loop?
I don't know, I asked you.
But I also hope that there's something to do with trinkets. We haven't really seen any new trinkets out there. So, does everybody have to... It's a trinket?
Yeah, the BFD trinkets gives you attack power or spell power, and for some reason, well, we know for what reason, because it's Void Touch, but 10 Shadow Resist. We're going to need that shit.
Wait, I didn't even see that one. But that's still only one trinket slot. And
it's only
the
one.
other one going to be the arena one from STV? Is everybody going to get that one?
Well, everybody's not going to get that. You might have one or two people to get that.
Bloodbath out there, though?
Well, I mean, you could get Micro Recombobulator or something like that from engineering if you just wanted a slot.
You can get the one from Warsong Go.
The actual PvP trinket, yeah. Yeah,
which gives you Magic Pen.
Does that exist in Classic
Era?
Yeah.
I'm thinking of the one that actually looks like a Warsong Gulch token that's got attack power on.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I didn't.
Attack power. It's for warrior, rogue, druid. Is it druid? No, warrior, rogue, paladin. I don't know. For like the melee classes, it's stamina and health per 5. For casters, it's stamina and magic pen.
But it doesn't like
okay.
move you from the effects or whatever. Like the
No, you can get that trinket as well, though. It just costs
that's
like
a
10
separate
gold.
one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No. Okay. Oh, well, yeah. I mean, if you just wanted a trinket slot, I suppose you can use that.
Yeah, I want trinkets.
Hmm.
Yeah, I'm still trying to find the one that the trinket you were talking about that was void touched.
Go to 60 upgrades, and then I'll do it on.
60 upgrades.
I would, but I think my mouse has died, which is going to be really awkward when it comes to ending the stream, and I'm here like trying to lick my keyboard. I don't know what to do. How do I end the stream? That's working.
Your first thought was to lick your keyboard.
Well, I don't know. Yeah, it was.
I can read it out. I can read them out.
Yeah, read them out. I'll put them on screen as well.
So the caster one is Invoker's Void Pearl, 10 shadow res, increases damage and healing done by magical spells and effects by up to 8. You have Acolyte's Void Pearl, which is 10 shadow resist.
Acolyte? You went Irish. Acolyte?
Because that's how you say it.
Can you post it in Disc real quick?
Say again, go.
Can you post it in Disc real quick? I'm not seeing it on 60 upgrades.
Yeah, the Acolyte
Yay.
Void Pearl increases healing done by spells and effects by up to 15, and then the melee one is 10 spell power. But yeah, I'll post them all in Discord.
Oh, the melee one's 10 spell power?
No, melee one's 10 attack power. You knew what he meant.
I was like, man, we do have some spell hand shamans. Huh?
Yeah, I can see. I've already been looking at my level 40 gear. I've literally, I've looked at level 25 so much that I've started looking at level 40 and seeing like what you can get without any changes. And
I like how you didn't post a link. You just gave me 3 screenshots. Thank you.
I can post you a link to my character on 60 upgrades if you want.
How did you see it on 60 upgrades though?
Well, because I looked in the right place mainly.
Is it 60upgrades.com? Like, is it / something or is it
/ Season of Discovery or SOD?
Okay, because mine went to / era.
Oh no! At the top left, you can click Season of Discovery, and it'll take you to the Season of Discovery bit where you can find the Season of Discovery stuff.
There we go.
Just say fuck you, Jay. I knew that. These guests coming in and telling you how to do your job.
Oh man, yeah. What else we got?
Nothing. We're going now. Say your goodbyes.
We're going.
Say your goodbye, Jay. Anything to say?
Yeah.
Thanks for joining us again, Jay.
Thanks for inviting me.
When I can't be asked to find anyone else next week, so I'll give you a call. Jay, next week as well.
At least I'm on the list.
Yeah, you're top of the list. No, next week we'll try and get someone that's gonna like not be as good as Jay. We'll get someone that we can laugh at. I don't know, maybe. Yeah,
someone that we're smarter than. Yeah.
Yeah. We'll get someone that we know more than. Maybe Zach. But he has to come with a bottle of JD.
I could think of another couple raiders that we raid with.
There is no way, and I love him, but there's no way Awkward is coming on this podcast. I'm putting it out there now. No chance.
I was really looking forward to that one.
What time is it? 3:15. Is Kohu raiding? Is that my Kohu still alive, awake? I was going to say. Is he raiding? Why is he not dead?
Why are you still continuing? Can I go and make my food yet?
Yeah, go on. Just say bye, Jay, and plug your shit and you can go. All right.
He didn't even want to plug it. He's just like, oh, okay, bye.
All right, he's gone. We'll delete him, and then me and Go say our farewells now. Do you want to go first? It's always emotional. The ending of the podcast is always emotional. So you go first.
Yeah. All right. Season of Discovery. We're only 20 days away. This is a Friday, so it's what, 3 weeks? Less than 3 weeks from now? I've got work during the day, so hopefully it's like a 6 p.m. my time thing that they release it, and then I can be home and be on within like the first hour. But yeah, a Thursday release feels really weird. But yeah, dude, the hype is insane. The videos on YouTube are just constant. the information that keeps coming out daily, it just keeps the hype going. But can they keep the hype for another 3 weeks? Another 3 weeks.
Does he know he's meant to be saying
know.
bye? I mean, what sort of bye is this? He could have just gone, see ya, bye. Either of those would have worked.
I'm gonna go make a pizza. I'm gonna go by make a pizza. I mean, I'm gonna make an order for a pizza to get delivered.
And I'm gonna put one in the oven, make some vindaloo sauce. I'm gonna dip it in and eat it while I edit the shaman video. Then I'll get an extra half hour in bed tomorrow.
And then tomorrow, I'm gonna be making the intro that you're gonna send me the script for episode 2 of season 2, episode 3, whatever you want to call it.
Can we stop speaking now and just leave? Like this is
I thought you ended the stream. I thought that was just me and you. I was just saying.
No. We're very much still live.
We're live.
I mean, I have still got a beer to drink, so I'm not in a rush. But I'm just saying, these people want to go, and you're worse than me.
They don't want to go. If they wanted to go, they would have gone by now. They're still here. They're still hanging out. They're the homies. Everybody that just tuned in to find out the info, the actual information that we were going to talk about, they're gone. That's fine. Thanks for watching. Now it's the homies.
What do you mean they've gone? Thanks for watching. Fuck them if they left while we were streaming still. What do you mean thanks for watching? No, if you left. No. I've got more respect for the people that are here now, not the people that have left.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah. Apart from all of them that are here still, because all of them. What sort of self-respect have you got to sit here watching this shit? So actually,
90% that are here.
I've got no respect for anybody that's watched the stream, is watching the stream, or even plans on watching the stream. Because even if someone watches this back, what are you doing with your life? Where you woke up tomorrow and was like, you woke up tomorrow and you was like, oh, I know what to do. I'm going to watch that podcast. I'm going to listen to that while I'm at work. And 4 hours, 15 minutes later, you're still listening. You need to get a hobby.
There's going to be a comment from somebody that's going to have a timestamp of 0564. I was still here watching.
I'm still here, and you're right. I need a hobby. No, go. Thank you, man. It's been emotional as always. We'll catch up next week and see what news we got to discuss.
Yeah,
and we'll have it a little bit more organised, a little bit better aesthetically, because this is lame, man. Even I'm not happy. It looks like shit. Like we'll get it looking better next week.
We need to get back in the office, back in the cubicle.
Yeah,
we're sat here in BRD trying to pull the last boss, but people are going over the tactics that we've gone over for the last 6 weeks. They should know the tactics by now. We don't need to refresh them. Like, come on.
We'll be back in the office next week. Definitely.
Oh yeah, back in the cubicle.
So
for cubicle chat.
Exactly. For cubicle chat, we'll be back in the cubicle. Follow Go on YouTube. Well, subscribe to him on YouTube. Follow him on Kick. I'll put all that shit down below. His YouTube's already there. If I remember when I wake up in the morning, I'll put his Kick there. If I don't, he will tell me that I forgot. And then I'll put it there. But either way, do you want to put it in chat or something quickly?
Yeah, I mean, you can figure it out. I mean, it's kick.com/classicgo. It's the same as the YouTube. It's just different front part of the URL.
I'd have never worked that out. I'd have gone kick.com/flagellation go.
Nobody in this chat is lazy. Everybody can type. They can, or they have text-to-speech if they don't have fingers, and they can say, Google.
If they don't have fingers.
I wanted to be inclusive, okay? I wanted to make sure.
I respect that. All the best WoW players don't have fingers, or at least the people I raid with don't.
They don't have eyes either.
No, so no eyes, no fingers.
Kick.com/classicgo, and you've got it.
And put your accessibility options on, and make sure your carer is getting you followed to Classic Go. I think that's what we're saying. Zach. All right, bye. See ya.
All right, bye.
Bye. I'll actually put the ending screen on for a change. They can listen to us talking shit on the ending screen.
They can still listen to us, right? Fuck. I was going to say, Mr. Sully, fuck you. I am too lazy.
I was going to say, fuck you, Table. I was going to Table, fuck you for passing me that sick rep belt last night. I mean, what a shitter. Why would you pass that?
This is the fuck you part of the show where you can't see our faces. We're just telling you to fuck off.
Yeah, fuck you. Why are you all still here? Good morning.
Sully,
Look in the comments, the chat though. Good morning from Japan. Fuck you as well.
Yeah, fuck you from Japan.
That was a joke. Love you, man. Good morning.
Thanks for tuning in.
Good morning, but we're going now.
Mr. Sully, you should have been at BlizzCon. That's all I'm saying.
Right, we are now actually going. I think we've left it on the ending screen long enough. Goodbye, Jay. Do you want to say fuck you to anyone?
Fuck you, Super.